Welcome back to Halmstad, Sweden for the IPF World Open Powerlifting Championships 2018. And for this afternoon session, we have got the 47 kilo women, the 52 kilo men, 50 kilo women. I'm Gary Williams, and I am joined in the commentary box by none other than Elliot Bulldog Feldman. Welcome to the commentary box this afternoon, and it is going to be another fantastic afternoon of action here.
Gary, everybody just better hang on to their socks and pull them up, because right now we got three groups of intense lifting here in the 47 and 52 kilo classes.
Yeah, I think the battles are going to heat up again in this one. We've seen this morning sessions have been absolutely fantastic. Some really good battles there, and coming right down to the end. We saw the Russian lifter having to wait for that last lift to see if he was actually going to take home the World Championship, with Chinese Taipei just snapping at his heels. And I think this is going to be much the same situation.
You know, and in that too, that was a real interesting call there by the Russians. They stayed just far enough ahead that Taipei could not, Shea could not catch up.
Just there, and he just held in there. But he played his plan the whole way through, and we talk about it all the time. Consistency, trying to get those 9 from 9 lifts, putting them all on the board.
Yep. And
it makes such a big difference. And if you are watching this at home on Facebook, switch over to the Olympic channel, olympicchannel.com, and watch it in high definition. It's the first time we've been broadcasting on the Olympic channel, so an absolutely fantastic moment for the IPF to be broadcasting this fantastic event all around the world on the Olympic channel. Big shout out to Aliko, of course, for making all these competitions possible and making this sport what it is today. And of course, Uplift, an absolutely magnificent online coaching platform, and SBD, some of the greatest powerlifting products on the planet. And all of these are possible because of these great sponsors. And here we go. We are kicking off the afternoon session with Malin Carlson from Sweden, 127.5 kilograms.
Next lifter, China, Germany.
And this is a very, very young girl competing in the Open Championships here today.
Well, and two, you look at it, this 127.5, this is a massive opening attempt, and it's her first attempt in this group. That'll give you an idea of how this whole week is going to go for the women.
And it was a very smooth lift. Knees just dropping in a little bit, but not quite getting deep enough.
A little bit high.
You might actually see them jump on a little bit more weight down there to push through those knee sleeves. Yeah, she's a little bit high there. Those knee sleeves, knee wraps just making it a little bit difficult to weight and drive down. And our next lifter opening on a personal best, Anja Schreiner from Germany, 137.5.
Now I watched her last warm-up. It was a little sketchy. I was back there trying to get a feel for it, and she's got the flat shoes on, and she had problems with the depth, and I asked her, how did it feel? Because it's hard to get down, so...
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see 137.5, a little bit extra weight from the warm-up might actually push her through the knee wraps a little bit. Let's see if she can get through those first lift nerves and get this one on the board. This is another very young lifter.
It's going to be a really close lift right there.
Looked easy.
And the referees give it a 2 white lights.
2-1. That's a close. She's right on the edge there. Now, again, what you said about the more weight, that looked 1,000% better than her last warm-up, and I'm willing to bet that her second and third attempts are going to be even easier than that.
Yeah, and that's the funny thing with equipped lifting. If you're new to equipped lifting and you're watching at home, sometimes that extra little bit of weight can push you down through the equipment. And next lifter, Katomi Aokawa from Japan, 145 kilograms. These are 47 kilo women.
Next lifter,
these lifts are getting big.
The other thing is that almost all these lifters are opening within 5 kilos of their PB in the squat.
And that also difficult to walk up the ramp in knee wraps. So many young lifters in this group. Katomi is another junior lifter. slowly down. Didn't really hit the bounce at the bottom there. Let's see what the referees say. She gets the 2 white lights, and that's enough to go on the board.
We will continue with 145
You can see she was quite slow coming down into the hole there.
Everything for
And I can see right there, judging by the side, why the chief referee, Priscilla Ribbit, threw a red light on that. That was close at best.
Yeah, look, it was borderline on the line, but as we always say, 2 is all you need, and that's why we have the 3 referees.
And just go on with your lift and put in the next attempt.
Mei Yang Lu, Chinese Taipei, also looking for 145 kilograms.
You know, we had a great battle last year between Wadori and Fukushima, and I think it's going to shape up that way again this year.
I think it's going to heat up again.
Fukushima from Japan, Wadori from Indonesia. Wow.
Got those knee wraps super tight and got plenty of power out of the bottom for 3 white lights.
3 white lights. It's a good lift.
The precision of the smaller lifters is just amazing.
55 kilos on the
Yeah,
bar.
I mean, and that's the thing with the lighter weights, and it's so great to watch. Technique is so important.
From Russia.
Most definitely.
I mean, a 120 plus lifter gets a little bit offline. They can sort of muscle through a little bit in some cases. But when you're 47 kilos, you've really got to make sure you've got that technique down pat.
You don't have a lot to play with. There's not extra weight. There's not extra tissue around the joints and things. There's nothing to push you down. It's all strength and the weight on the bar that's getting the bar down.
And Agil Sidakova from Russia, 155 kilograms.
You know, and the nerves that drive you on your first opening attempt is just incredible, and there's nothing else like it I've ever felt.
It is an absolute adrenaline rush. Depth looked good. Had to work hard through the midsection there. Just sort of mistimed that bounce. But she gets the 3 white lights and it's on the board.
3 white lights.
And gets the first lift nerves out of the way.
We put
Very solid.
157.5 kilos on the bar for
157.5 kilograms for Stephanie Lagarde from France. Opening with a personal best.
It's just amazing where these numbers are going. And the thing is, the gear hasn't changed in years.
No, I mean,
it's been
certainly
stable.
if you look 20 or 30 years ago, it's changed a lot. But the little technological changes in the gear over the last 6 or 7 years isn't that big, but the numbers just keep going up.
Yeah, the training, the nutrition, getting rest, body work. I think one of the next parts of this sport is getting your head square. The psychology of this sport is going to be the next area that's going to be exploited.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of the next moves, I think.
I mean, where else can we go now?
Very steady and smooth walkout. Sinks it down fast to
That was
really
quick.
get that speed
Very
out
quick.
of the bottom.
bar came all the way up.
And it's worked. She gets the 3 white lights.
Very good start.
All right, and here we go. The start of the 2 lifters that are probably going to determine who sits on top of the medal stand here. Wadori from Indonesia opening at 160 kilos. Fukushima from Japan going to follow her at 172 and a half. Two of the greatest female lifters. Actually, 2 of the greatest lifters in the history of this sport.
And if you look at the predicted totals at the end, you know, there's only 2.5 kilos between them at the end.
That's nothing. It's a big sandwich.
So it is anyone's game. $160 kilograms. Weighed in at 46.5.
It's only a 29 millimeter bar, so that gives you an idea of the physique of the lifters.
Depth looks good from this angle.
Very good, very
We'll
solid.
wait and see what the referees say. And it is 3 white lights, and that certainly didn't look overly difficult at all.
Not at all.
Fukushima from Japan now 172.5.
So when you're coaching lifters, Gary, where do you like to open? How do you like to figure your openers?
Yeah, look, it's always a tough call. getting those openers just right, and yeah, like most athletes, they want to open on a personal best. But I like athletes to open on a number that's a 95% probability, 95 to 100% probability that you're going to get this any day of the week, and even on a bad day, you're going to get it.
Right.
You know, so if things don't quite go right in a warm up and things go a little bit wrong, it's still a confident lift.
And the interesting thing is to see from nation to nation how they take a jump from their first to second. Some takes smaller jumps, and some nations will take large.
Yeah, I've worked with a few athletes in the past that really work off those big jumps and quite like the big jumps. And then other athletes prefer smaller increments. They'll open a little bit higher.
There we go.
It was certainly a smooth lift. Didn't look as confident in the depth as usual. And we got one red light there from the side ref. But 2 white lights, and it's on the board.
We'll we'll watch on the replay here, and it's close, so you can understand why. You can definitely understand why that's a 2-to-1.
And quite often we will see 1 red light from one side. That doesn't mean they didn't get depth on both sides. You can see some athletes will actually get deep enough on one side, but the hip just doesn't quite drop on the other side. So it's quite acceptable.
Now let's see what Malin does here. She's, okay, go ahead, Gary.
127.5, missed on her opener. Just couldn't quite get down deep enough. And we saw in her opening lift, she was a little bit slow going into the hole, didn't really go for the bounce.
Didn't really drive into it. That looks a little bit better.
That looks a lot better.
That's way better.
Knees are dropping in though and having to work hard. And she is very upset with herself. And you could just see the knees dropping in when you really need to push those knees out.
Watch the bar slide. See, the bar's going back. It's getting over. It's already, the bar's back over her heels there. There's no way to get that weight up. She just lost all of her momentum.
When you weigh 47 kilos and 127.5 gets away from you, there's just no real working through it.
I mean, you're talking 3-time bodyweight squat. And it's harder to do that. Yes, it's easier. There's probably more people that do that at a lower body weight. I still think it's harder on the body for a smaller lift.
Oh, very much. Anja Schreiner from Germany, 145 kilograms.
Now, again, our last warm-up didn't hit depth. She was fine on her first attempt. I'm willing to bet there's 145.
Yeah, I think you'll see a 145 and her third attempt actually look quicker than her first ones.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, they've got those knee wraps super tight, and you can see the legs of that suit are really tight as well. And that looked a lot smoother.
What should the referee say here?
And
Here
she
you go,
gets the
3
white lights.
Yep.
It's on the board. And Malin has managed to put herself in all sorts of trouble now, having to go for that third lift again at 127.5.
You know, and you're sitting there now, and I don't know if you guys could hear it at home, but she let out a Viking yell there after she missed that attempt, and it just, she is crushed now. So it's going to be interesting to see if she can come back and hit this. It's really the first point of focus we really have in this
the nerves play a lot. Hayakawa from Japan, 152.5. Had a good opening lift at 145. And let's see how 152.5 rolls. And she certainly looks confident in the walkout. Doesn't look like the weight's making her feel uncomfortable. Oh, she might have pulled up a little bit short on that one. Just wasn't confident to go all the way.
Her knees started tracking forward.
Yeah, she did.
And
she gets
didn't
the
get
2 red
depth.
lights.
If they watch, if we're going to get a replay here, you can watch her knees start transferring forward. The bar stops going down. Your hips stop going down. Watch.
There you go.
Knees are transferring forward. Yeah.
Mei Young Lu from Chinese Taipei looking at 157.5.
The bar is loaded, 157.5 kilos. Leg out, next lifter.
Just watching at home, watching them walk up the ramp there, it is such a hard thing to do, walk up that ramp with knee wraps on. You'll sometimes see the coaches carry them up or carry them down.
Well, the energy that the gear saps from the body.
Yeah, it's hard to
It's
walk with the
unbelievable.
energy as well, and you want to be saving as much as you can for that platform.
Just even getting in and out of the gear.
Just couldn't quite get a balance in a walkout there. She's still got 20 seconds. The lifters have 1 minute to complete their lift or start their lift once the bar loaded is called. And she's got that worked out. She gets the call. And again, just tracking forward there.
Same thing. We're starting to see it on the second attempts now.
Just not sitting back into the lift. And you've really got to sit back into it to let those knees and hips get into position. And you can see she just wasn't sitting back. So Stephanie Lagarde from France now, 165.
Bar is loaded for Stephanie, 165 kilos.
So this is 10 kilos onto a previous personal best.
And Stephanie's opening attempt was fairly easy, I thought.
Yeah, it's interesting. She did a 142 and a half. Sorry, she 160 earlier this year at the European Powerlifting Championships.
I mean, I think that's smart, opening just under a skosh under that 2.5 kilos under your PB is probably a good idea.
Yeah, it gives you a bit of room to move.
When you kind of think of attempts as bracketing, right? You got a number you want to do, you kind of bracket that. You go a little under and then a little over to hit that.
Yeah, every coach and athlete sort of has a plan of the number they want to get at the end, and you've got to sort of work out your attempts. And you don't want to have to be taking too big a jumps either, but you know, also you want to make sure that opening one goes on the board. That was a much quicker lift.
Much better. She dove into that pretty hard. 3 white lights. But also, too, you can have a number in your head, Gary, but as you know, once that you get that first punch in a fight, the whole plan goes to heck.
Yeah, I mean, I always like with athletes to have a plan A, a plan B, and then a C, D, and an E as well.
Yep.
A girl, Sidakova from Russia, 165.
And the flow of the contest and even the way the platform itself functions, how quickly it's being loaded, those things all affect how well you can lift. So you can sit there and say, I want to put a round peg into a square hole, but it has to be the right time, the right call for the meet. Right now, Sidakova's up, and I'll tell you what, do not sleep on her, because even though Fukushima and Wadari are the ones we're looking at right now, she could come in there and take the gold medal. Sidakova now.
Oh, absolutely. And the Russian lifters have got a great tradition of coming out of nowhere as well. 3 white lights, and it's on the board. Wadari from Indonesia looking at 170 now.
Vidari from Indonesia.
170, absolutely massive lift. And Fukushima's put in a 182.5 for her second attempt as well. These are getting massive now. So we're going to have 3 flights here this afternoon. So we'll do the 47 kilo women, and then the 52 kilo class women will have 2 flights.
And if Wadari is in it to be able to pull for silver or gold, she just has that amazing a deadlift technique and strength-wise that she may just load the bar up and hit something crazy that's never been hit.
Would certainly make for another exciting session.
Well, but right here, she's got to hit this second. She wants to keep pace, put the pressure on Fukushima.
Gets those arms in nice and tight. And she's trying to work through it, but it's just a little bit too much. Just didn't get speed out of the bottom there.
No, and here becomes the issue now. Fukushima comes there and hits this second. It's almost a 20-kilo swing for Fukushima. The 10 she's making from her 172.5 opener to this 182.5, and the 10 Wadari just lost from 160 to 170.
Yeah, we talk about it and we harp on all the time about consistency. And it's all well and good trying to put this number on, trying to put this number on, but sometimes you're better off to that smaller jump, just chipping away at that total and getting them all on the board. And that's, that missing that 170 could essentially cost her 20 kilos off the total. So 182.5 on the bar for Fukushima.
And this is huge here because Fukushima, Sidakova, and Wadari are bench press just about the same in terms of their strength level.
If Fukushima puts this one on the board, and then it certainly opens up that gap and puts her in a very strong position.
Well,
It makes it very hard for anyone to chase her down.
And then if she makes it, she can just call her attempts in the bench press to go 3 for 3 and pad that lead a little bit.
Gets a good bounce out
Wow.
of the bottom. She looks
Beautiful.
confident.
Well, and here it comes now. Let's see what
And
the
it
referees say.
is
3 white lights.
lights.
So now she's kind of in a position here where she can play with this third. I wonder, where would you go right now? Would you go 5 or would you go 7.5 kilos on Fukushima?
Yeah, look, she's put herself in a really good position. I mean, I would probably consider 7.5 kilos.
Okay.
Only because she's in a position now where she doesn't have to go and try these massive jumps for the bench press.
Right.
All she has to do now really is just do her job.
Yep. All right, so right now, speaking of doing her job, Malin Carson's got to come up here.
All sorts of pressure for this young lady, but she's in a hometown. She's got home country. She's got home country support.
She's got to get this. She almost had that.
She can get this on the board. Just needs to get the speed out of the bottom and push those knees out. And she pushes them out.
Oh,
and
my
look
goodness.
at what happens when she pushes the knees out.
She just pushed through.
Oh, and unfortunately, she gets 2
I don't know.
red
The
lights,
coach
but the coach is
going
going
to
to
the
have a talk
jury.
to the jury.
Coach is going to the jury. Let's see the replay here. I think it was a blue card for the
Downward movement, I think. And it was a little bit of downward
Little
movement
bit.
there. She pushed the knees out.
little bit. Now, should be a yellow card. Used to be a blue card. Now we're a yellow card.
Yeah,
but,
yellow card.
But we knew what they were calling, so.
Anja Schreiner from Germany, 150 kilos, and the jury has just waved away the Swedish coach.
I mean, I agree with the call. That bar definitely went down.
And they're going to be very, very disappointed with that.
Not good. She pushed through it, but
And you could see the speed change. As soon as she pushed the knees out, all of a sudden everything came together.
all right, so Schreiner's up now 150, and I'm willing to bet she took this 5-kilo jump here. Let's see what we're doing. Much easier to get down.
There it is. Stands it up. Breathes
Now-
a bit of a sigh of relief there.
It'll be interesting to see because, again, all 3 attempts in her last warm-up were very tough for her to get down. Spent a lot of energy getting down there. Be interesting to see what happens in the bench press and the deadlift with her.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long day of lifting. You've got to play the long game. And Fukushima has put in an extra 7.5 for
kilos.
190.
That's why we try to work with you at home and let you kind of know what's going on.
Hayakawa from Japan next, 152.5. Personal best lift.
And again, this did not look comfortable for her. Her setup looked comfortable. The squat itself did not. Her knees tracked forward, and the bar just wouldn't stay where it needed to in line with the feet.
Yeah, so I imagine the coach was out the back there in between lifts, just really working with her to get her to sit back into it, to allow those knees and hips to fall into the right position. And she doesn't look overly comfortable under the bar in that walkout. And she hasn't really sat back either, but I think she may have sunken down further enough on that one.
Yeah, it's
Looked
going to
a
be
lot better.
close. It's going to be close. And 2 to
And
1.
she gets the 2 lights,
Right
and that's
there.
okay. That's enough. So now we jump up to 157.5 for Mei Hung Lee from Chinese Taipei. And this is a team that is just getting bigger and bigger, Chinese Taipei. Bigger and bigger and more threatening every competition.
And quite boisterous, too.
Yeah, we just saw in the earlier session, Glad kick in the 66ers. Just had to hang in there with Chinese Taipei chasing him down.
Shea he came within a little bit, but again, that's calling your choices right. And
That's
you
it.
notice Shea didn't load the bar to hit to win
they
gold.
knew-
He was trying to win gold in the deadlift because he knew he didn't have a simple
Yep,
extra
there wasn't the extra 5
there.
kilos
Yeah.
in the tank.
Yep, did not have the 5 kilos.
All right, 157.5. Missed this on her second attempt.
But that's great coaching and knowing who you're going against, and that's also credit to Shea for not loading on the bar because he knew he couldn't make it.
Well, she might be a little bit shy on depth again in this one. Let's have a look. No, she
Three
got
white
down
lights.
there. 3 white lights.
It is beautiful there.
And the referees have the best seat in the house to call that. We're on a bit of a downward angle here. Can't always get exactly what we want to see. The referees called it. 3 white lights and put it on the board. So Stephanie Lagarde from France now looking at 170 kilograms.
I mean, she really comes in here. This is her big lift, the squat. She can wind up with the silver here. She's in silver position right now in the squat. She will win the silver if she hits this.
If she hits this, she does. She's lighter than the other girls looking for 170. Yep. So this will secure a silver medal for her in the squat.
I mean, that's what she's come here for, to get that medal in the squat. She won't be on the medal stand in the total, but she has an opportunity right here for the silver.
That's right. And she's really fired up for this one.
Well, this is what she spent 12 months training for here. Probably got back in the gym a day after she lifted last year.
They have gotten everything they can out of those knee wraps, and it was just a little bit too much there.
So she's still in silver medal position right now, depending what Sidakova and Wadari do.
It's up to the next 2 lifters to take that silver medal away.
Right. Now, Sidakova and Wadari really are not worrying about Lagarde here and whether she's going to be in silver position. They're worried about the total and an assault on the medal stand for the two of them right now.
Yeah, and if you look at the way, I mean, even so far this morning, that the Russian team have been playing their lifts, they're not going for world records. They're not going for this and that. They've got a long game, a plan. Right. They want world championships, and they are playing the long game. Glad Kick didn't get suckered into any of the games of putting up big weights, trying to break world records. And neither did Fedoshenko. They played the long game all day.
Two of the greatest in the history of the sport, again, you're talking about.
And they're doing it again, playing the long game.
All right, Sidakova here.
And this will be a personal best as well.
That is a huge squat for her right there.
That is massive. And she gets the 3 white lights at 170 kilograms.
So now she takes a silver medal in the squat.
And she has just put herself all that much closer.
Now, right now, Wadari needs this. She needs this 10 kilos. If she does not hit this squat, she's pretty much out of contention for the gold medal.
Has to get this one on the board.
And probably even the silver unless something happens. Right now, she's in 4th place in the squat. Lagarde would still wind up on the medal stand for the squat.
170 on the bar for Wadari from Indonesia.
And again, the 3 women that are in this to be on the medal stand, Fukushima, Sidakova, and Wadari, for the gold medal, their bench presses are all exceedingly close, as are their deadlifts.
Yeah,
the squat is where they need to make the head.
It is really going to come down to those last lifts.
And that's where Fukushima's 182.5 is just massive.
And
wow.
It's just a bit too much.
Wow.
And the door has just opened.
No kidding. No kidding.
So the door has opened now.
Sidakova right now, with that miss, Sidakova's taken over the silver medal position, basically.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the last list. So now we've got Fukushima from Japan looking for 190. And this is it's a sort of important lift here to put this on the board, just to really sort of hang on to that gap and keep yourself out in front. And it is also a world M1 record attempt as well. So absolutely massive lift.
I mean, she puts this on. She has such a big lead moving into the bench press. It allows her to set her attempts to go 3 for 3.
Yeah, this one puts her in a very solid position. So this is a master's record attempt, so she can't chip the bar. She has to work in 2.5 kilo increments. So she had to do the 190.
Judging by the 182.5, this strength should not be an issue on this attempt.
And it's not an issue at all.
But let's see what the depth is right there.
And it's on
Three
the
white
board
lights.
at
There we go.
190, a new
right.
M1 world record for Fukushima. And the gold medal in the deadlift. So Fukushima gets the gold medal, Sudakova with the silver medal, and Lagarde with the bronze medal in the squat. And we will move
that's
straight in now to the 52 kilo women.
And, and that is where the perfect technique comes in. That was absolutely perfect technique.
And it's so important in this body weight is to get those techniques, those little bar paths so precise.
Do you have your athletes do bar path work lighter?
Absolutely.
50% or 30% work where
Absolutely.
they're just working it?
Yeah, it's a very big part of it. Louise Edwards from Great Britain, 127.5. Solid depth on that.
Wow, there she goes. 3 white lights.
Gets the first lift on the board.
So, when you hit an opening attempt that's that easy on your body like that, your confidence just goes right through the roof. It just heads due north.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes such a difference to the rest of the competition. Jessica Reyes now from Mexico, 130 kilograms. And we have got some big lifters in the 52 kilo class. It's a big group, this one, so it's 2 flights. So here comes Jessica Reyes, 130 kilograms.
And in this class, it's going to be another tight fight. There's going to be 4 athletes out there that have a chance to win this thing. And I don't want to have to handicap it because, again, it comes down to making lifts. Wow.
Maybe a little bit too deep in that one. She got down really low in there.
Well, I'll tell you, it looks like those wraps are wrapped way too long. It's hard to tell in a smaller lifter.
Yeah, she certainly covered a lot of leg length on those.
That looks more than 30 centimeters total to me. Is it helping her? No, it actually
certainly isn't helping.
No, but I mean, in general, I would rather have it in a smaller surface area, more wrap behind the knee, more wrap across the knee.
Yeah, you want to let the weight push you down as much as you can.
All right, Kikuchi from Japan is up now, 135 kilos on the bar.
It's always good to watch the Japanese lifters in any weight class. You know, they work so much on their technical proficiency. And just the knees just dropping in a little bit there. She's going to have to make sure she dries them out as the weight goes up a little bit. But she gets the 3 white lights and it's on the board. And I'm pretty sure her coach is going to be reminding her to drive those knees out. Tomoko Akagawa from Japan, 142.5 kilograms.
So in the 52 kilos, we have 2 groups here. This is our A group, and the groups are organized by, obviously, nominated totals. So this is the lighter nominated totals. Occasionally it happens that the gold medalist, or certainly a medalist, can come out of this, group.
I mean, these flights are organised on their nominated lifts, and sometimes you will see them nominate weights and then change them in that last few minute period where they're allowed to change their opening lifts.
In 2012, the 93 kilos came out of a Swedish lifter, came out of A flight, the lower nominated flight, so it does happen. Wow.
That looks like a good lift. It certainly wasn't difficult weight-wise. 3 white lights.
Wow. That is definitely a case of needing more weight to get down.
There is plenty of room there. Marcella Sandvik from Finland, 142.5.
And the bar is loaded. Come on, Marcella. Next lifter, Goodwin.
And I would make an assumption that she's being coached by Ken Sandvik. There he is.
I would think your assumption would be correct.
Oh my goodness.
142.5 on the bar. And this shouldn't pose too much of a problem.
No, it'll be an even opener. You know, Ken's an experienced champion himself, world champion, good coach.
Probably a
Very
little bit
solid.
slower than what she wanted, but
Very solid, though. That's what the
certainly didn't
referees
look
say.
like, oh, just not deep enough on one side there.
And
She
what
gets a
did the-
yellow card
Not
on
sure what the
the
yellow
other
is
side,
for.
referee.
Let's see if we can tell here what the yellow card is for. That'll be from the far leg on the replay. Not sure what the...
Difficult to say from the replay here. We've only got the one angle. Emma Goodwin from Great Britain looking for 145 kilograms. $145 on the bar. And of course, while she's setting up there, a big shout to the guys, the venue here, and everyone that worked so hard to put this venue together. It is absolutely fantastic. Looks absolutely amazing.
Yeah, every year we think it can't get much better, and every year that it succeeded.
It just gets better and better, and the lifting just keeps getting better and better.
You know, next year in Dubai and the year after in Stavanger, Norway again, it's going to be amazing to see what happens with the show. And
Emma Goodwin looks
Emma.
like she's put that one on the board.
there you go.
That's one in the bank. She's got 2 white lights.
And that's going to build her confidence. Not only is she a young lifter, she's new to the World Championship stage.
And how great is it for the athletes to be lifting at a competition like this in the home of Alico? Just
Unbelievable.
adds that little bit extra special to the competition. Sandrine Quinoden from Sweden, 145 kilograms.
You know, we were able to train there. That's open for us to train at their center. We had our meeting, our Congress there yesterday. They've just been great to us. They are one of the best friends to this sport.
Good speed into the hole and stands it straight back up. 3 white lights and puts it in the bank. Mia Grenyas from Sweden, 145. Got a best lift of 155, so that's a good choice of an opening lift. Well within reach. The sort of weight you know you can do, even if you're not feeling the greatest. You've had a bit of an off warm up. You can still be confident under that one. A little bit shaky on the bar line, and you can see that it's really thrown her off the bar path, just sort of wobbling back and forth in and out of position. And she knows exactly what she did wrong too. You can see as she walked off there, she knew exactly what she did wrong. And you can see as she came back up, pushed her back a little bit. Trine Bagger from Denmark, 150 kilograms. These numbers are just getting bigger and bigger. And we will see in the next flight an opening lift of 200 kilograms. And they are getting everything they can out of those knee wraps. Depth looks very solid from here. A little bit slow through the middle, but she pushes it through. Gets the 3
Looks
white
good
lights
there.
on the board.
Yep. Trina's done a good job. Again, she's experienced. She's been around for a bit, so.
And in a quick lifting, that can make such a difference, experience.
Oh, most
So
definitely.
much more so than raw lifting as well. Just knowing the equipment, knowing how to make those little adjustments in the middle of a lift when something doesn't quite go right can make such a big difference. All right, so Jessica Reyes from Mexico looking at 132.5, just a 2.5 kilo increase. That's a pretty small increase for equipped lifting.
And I wonder why. That's kind of an interesting. That's almost the type of call you would put in if you had a miss at 130 and wanted a little more weight to try to get down.
But it looks like she may have opened pretty close to the end of the tank. She didn't look comfortable walking out with that either.
I mean, there's nothing to fix right there. That's just the problem. That I don't know what you do as a coach there.
Yeah, look, it's a tough one. I mean, the best you can do is make a few little equipment adjustments. Maybe shorten the knee wraps a little bit, pull them in a little bit tighter behind the knees. So Louise Edwards from Great Britain, 135.
You know, and again, she doesn't get nerves. Certainly after her first attempt, there's really no nerves for her because she's been here so many times.
She had a great opening lift. Louise Edwards. Like we both said, it looked relatively easy. She has quite a wide stance. Depth is good again. The bar just pushing her forward, but she managed to get that chest up.
There we go. Looks very good.
And she gets a 3. White lights. Kikuchi from Japan, 142.5.
These are just absolutely amazing weights that they're pushing right now. 142.5 on the bar.
It's absolutely incredible.
I mean, there's guys at the local gym where you work. Are you still working it? Or let's say your gym back in Australia. There are guys there that can't squat this.
Absolutely not. $142.5 on the bar. Good depth. And a little bit better on the knees that time as well.
Easy.
And it's on the board. Marcella Sandvik from Finland, 142.5.
You know, and again, we were talking about the factors that go into a meet and the temperature and the humidity of
Yeah, it can certainly make a big difference.
the competition
we see
area.
it all around the world and the different countries we're in and the different temperatures. And it's quite a cold day outside, cool day outside today, but in here it's actually quite warm and quite humid.
Warm. Yep. Feels like they just turned the air on too. That's what made me think about it. So it is cooling off a little bit here. If people got used to that warmer temperatures.
Yeah, it can certainly make a big difference, and it makes a difference in nutrition and hydration for the day as well. So we've got 142.5 on the bar. Missed this on the opening lift. Depth looked good on that one. Well, let's see what the referees say.
There you go.
And it is. It's on the board.
Very good.
So Mia Engrenius from Sweden, 145. Also missing this on her opening lift. Well under her best lift of 155. Looking a bit more focused this time. That one nearly got away from her there, but she managed to recover and enough to get 2 white lights. You could just see as she started to come up, I thought the bar was going to push her back, but she managed to somehow get it back in line. Not sure how she managed that, but she did it.
That was a heck of a fight right there. But she's taking a lot of strength and applying it to correcting the bar path and fighting against her knees coming in rather than just pushing the bar up.
And that's going to use a lot of energy as well. Tomoko Akagawa from Japan, 152.5.
I mean, at least there she made the lift. No matter how hard a made lift is, it's just easier to handle on the board now than the failure too. Yeah,
that's going to go into her confidence now, moving into the next round of squat and into the bench press. So we got 152.5 on the bar for Tomoko from Japan. Drops into the hole nicely there. Good speed coming back up, and 3 white lights on the board.
I like that acceleration into the hole. You see a lot of athletes go slower into the hole and slow down as they go. Watch her speed up.
A little bit of acceleration
Watch
there.
her drop.
And you can see the extra bounce she gets and the speed coming back up. And she can follow that momentum through all the way to the top.
I mean, I always tell lifters that it's easier to reverse a fast-moving bar than it is to stop a bar and start it again. So for some of those lifters to go slow, 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 stop, pause, come up, I think it's harder to reverse that bar. So
Emma Goodwin from Great Britain looking for a personal best of 155.
And again, you're talking about a very young lifter, been in the sport for 4 years. Wow, that just looks rough going down. Okay, easy coming up.
It looked very easy coming up. And not quite deep enough.
I almost wonder if that's an experience factor right there coming into play.
And I think it is. I mean, as you build that experience, you get a real understanding of that body awareness, that spatial awareness of what depth is and what it really feels like. And you know when to stand it back up. But it is incredible. There are so many young lifters in these 3 flights today. So many junior lifters in here. It's incredible.
Well, and that's what I like to see, because that's what builds the sport up. You know, ideally you want to see people coming in if you 14, 15, 16 years old, start to learn the fundamentals of the sport.
And then we saw some of these lifters lifting at the Junior World Championships in South Africa not too long ago. Sandrine from Sweden stands that one back up. The coach looks happy. The referees are happy, and it's on the board at 155. Green Bagger from Denmark, 157.5. Yeah, it's just fantastic to see, watch some of these athletes at the Junior World Championships, then come to the Open World Championships, and they're not just competing, they're competing competitively in the Open class as well. 157.5 on the bar.
You know, and the battles that most of these athletes had to go through to get here is absolutely amazing. They're fighting off contenders at home every year just to get here.
Yeah, you don't just sign up for Worlds. You've got to qualify through your national bodies, compete at nationals, and every year it just gets tougher and tougher to make those national teams.
You know, 8 men, 7 women, that's it from each country. No more than 2 in any weight class. This is the cream of the crop right here.
And that moved pretty well, and she gets 2 white lights. And we come back round for the 3rd round now. Jessica Reyes from Mexico, 132.5. Struggled with this on her 2nd.
Wow.
And it just looked like it was just too much to handle. Let's see how she goes this time. She does have quite a long wrap on those knee wraps.
It's just so far up that upper quads. I like to, whether I'm being wrapped or wrapping someone else, I like to go just above the patella into the quad, kind of lock that patella in there. But she is way above that into the belly of the muscle.
Quite long. And she sunk it very deep again.
I mean, you know, right now she's lucky she's got that 130 opener in there, because that, honestly, the 130 opener was a good lift, but it didn't look much better than the two 132 and a half misses.
So Louise Edwards from Great Britain to put 142.5 on.
The bar is loaded. Louise, come on. 142.5.
142.5.
Next lifter.
And her lifts have looked very good. And we talk about experience, and she has experience under that bar.
It will soon be time out to do any changes.
You mean on the platform we're talking?
Third group.
We have to classify here. We don't know what people think.
And it's a fight for that one a little bit.
That is unbelievable right there. Good.
Really pushed
A
her
heck of a
over,
fight
but she
there.
stood it back up and gets 3 white lights.
And she'll often do that. As she gets heavier,
Yeah.
she is not an upright squatter.
Certainly the way her technique is, she sort of folds a little bit there.
You know, and that has to do with the length of your upper body compared to your
and
upper thigh.
Even her opening lift, she folded a little bit, and that's just the way she lifts.
Yeah, there are some of the greatest lifters in the history of this sport fold over like that when they lift.
Miyabi from Japan, 147.5 for a personal best.
I mean, look, the best thing is to find the best form for you, the best technique for you. It's not about imitating somebody.
Yeah, we often say it doesn't always have to be pretty. Just got to get the white lights.
Nope. Now, again, most of the world champions are pretty darn pretty in their lifting, but you don't have to be.
147.5 on the bar. Very smooth technique, and you can see as the weight has gone up there, her knees aren't dropping in as much now.
Looks very good.
And it's the 3 white lights on the board.
147.5 kilos.
Marcella Sandvik also looking at 147.5.
I mean, this is our A-flight group, our lower nominated group, but they are still fighting for placings right here.
Absolutely.
And you'll really start seeing it coming into deadlifts, how they'll start fighting. You might see third attempt changes to try to move up placings in the deadlift for the total. So, you know, guys, don't sleep on this.
Yeah, it doesn't. These are nominated lifts. This is the start. It doesn't matter if they're Group A or Group B. These medals can come from absolutely anywhere.
I've also seen world records out of the A group. So, you know, here it is. All right, right now, Marcella Sandovic is up 147.5. Strength-wise, there shouldn't be an issue with her, Gary. I mean, it's both of her 142.5, the miss and the make, both look light on her back.
Yeah, neither of those lifts ever looked like it was a strength thing or a power thing. Really had to work through those knee sleeves and knee wraps in that suit on that one.
Really pushing there, and let's see how the depth is.
And it's not quite deep enough. And there is a no lift.
All right, so depth on the left in the center called knees not being locked at the end. Let's take a look.
Yeah, she really struggled to push through the equipment there, didn't she?
Well, it certainly wasn't the knees there. Certainly wasn't the knees. I'm interested to see what the call. Ken Sandovic has gone over to talk to the jury to at least get a clarification of what that card was.
It's one of the things I love about powerlifting is that the jury members and the referees are always happy to clarify things for coaches and athletes. They can go and talk to them, ask questions, and it's never a problem to talk to them about it. And some referees you'll sometimes see with the junior lifters particular will actually stop them and tell them what they pulled them up for so they know. So Mia Engrenes from Sweden, 147.5.
Yeah, except that's not Mia.
No, it's not.
That
Emma
is
Goodwin.
Goodwin. She timed that. Okay.
Okay, there's no lift for Mia.
So, and you know, it's funny. I almost said when she took her second, I almost said I would pass the third because that second just looked.
Yeah, look, and sometimes you'll see an athlete do
miserable.
that. You know, they know they're not going to get it on a third attempt. Why waste energy?
Nope.
Save it for the bench press. So Emma Goodwin will hit 155.
And again, this is big for her. What was her PB? Do you remember? 160? Or is this it here?
I think this might actually be a personal best.
Okay.
152 and a half is her personal best, so this is a personal best. Looks a bit more confident in the walkout this time. Just got to get down low. Depth looks better. Stands it up very easily.
She's going to be very happy with this one. There you
And
go.
she gets 2 white lights, and that is enough.
She's got to be feeling really good about herself going into the break in the bench press.
Tomoko Akagawa from Japan, 157 and a half. She's been solid on both lifts so far. And I think this one's going to be the same.
I'm thinking it's going to be down and up. She's going to do exactly what she did. You know, and again, if you look at her jumps, 10 kilos, then a 5 kilo, that's pretty good right there. She's trying to.
Yeah, she's been consistent. Her technique has been spot on both lifts. And that is what makes the difference, especially in these weight classes. Getting that bar path right every single time. Sits back nicely. Stands up, pushes the hips forward. And she gets a 3 white lights.
Awesome. Awesome right there. So again, took the 10 kilos, 5 kilos, added 15 total in the squat right there. It's perfect. It's a perfect day in the squat for her.
Sandrine, 160 kilograms from Sweden.
You know, and again, Gary, we're seeing the 10 kilos and then a 5 kilo jump by her.
Yeah, I mean, there's smart moves. Opening at a weight you know you've got in the bag. Throw them that 10 kilos and then a little bit more conservative third lift. And this is going to add some more to that personal best of hers as well. You can see her really trying to get those arms in tight. Pull that bar down into her shoulders as hard and as tight as she can. But just a little bit too much. Greenberger from Denmark, 162 and a half. And this will be our last lift for this flight, and then we'll move straight into our second flight for the 52 kilo women.
Yeah, Trina came in 7th last year in this class. So she's obviously, I mean, again, we start talking about where you are, but she would be in the B group
and
based on her finish last year.
And it's getting tougher and tougher. I mean, we get more and more countries, nations coming to these events. So the flights are getting bigger, more and more people to compete against. It's just getting harder and harder to be up at the top now. You've really got to fight for every single one.
We have 7 or 8 nations that have never been to our Congress, our governing body meeting. Were there yesterday, so sports really moving along.
There's certainly no problem standing up. Let's see the referee. So she got deep enough, and she did with 2 white lights.
And again, 7.5 kilo jump from the first to the second to third. She took a 5 kilo jump. That's about kind of what you're going to see here, a slightly larger jump from first to second in the squat.
Yi Ju Chao will be our first lifter in this second group. Chinese Taipei, 130 kilograms. Well under her best, 177 and a half. And her nominations were a lot higher than this. So I'm wondering if something has happened during training or during the warm-up And is she just putting this on the board to get a total and look for a medal in one of the other lifts?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if she hits a 130 and if she takes a jump. And I want to see how she's geared up here when she comes out. Does she have wraps on? Does she have knee sleeves on? Does she have nothing on?
Yeah, and sometimes you'll see that.
It's an interesting thing. I didn't see anything.
And it looks like she might even be.
No, she's coming out here.
She's coming out. She's going to time out, I think.
She's not trying to. No, she is totally geared up. She is not putting her wrist wraps on.
But she is not going to make
That
it
is
in
not
time,
going to
I don't
happen.
think.
That is not going to happen. Up time.
And she has timed out, and they'll put that back in the rack.
I'll tell you, if they're trying to get that 130 on the board to take a big jump, they just kind of thrown that out the window.
Yeah, they sort of made it a little bit hard for themselves now.
They don't have that option, and I'm wondering now to see if that was. We'll know if that was what they were trying to do if they come in here and take a big jump after the miss, because it wasn't truly a miss. It was an attempt that really wasn't taken at all.
Yeah, they've just mistimed that.
All right,
Juanita Najera from USA, 145. Some of these girls in this second flight, we have got some absolutely massive squats coming. These are numbers guys and girls in the gyms all around the world dream of.
She actually passed up going in a slot to go in the Firefighters Academy so that she could be here for this meet. So that's how much
it just shows how much it means to people.
Yep.
Depth looks great. Oh, wow, that was fantastic. Stood that up super fast. And it's on the board. And Big Mike coaching her there. Chiara Vetrani from Italy, 165.
That's a really good start right there for 182 to hit that first. She is a confidence lifter, as are most, but I mean, some it's even that much more important.
And that was a very quick, easy-looking opening lift too, wasn't it?
So just to go back what we were talking about with Shu, right? She timed out on that 130, not intentional timeout, and then took a 20-kilo jump to 150. So that must have been their idea to open light. They might have even been trying to go 150 or 160 in that jump.
So it's quite an interesting tactic, and it sort of hasn't really played to their favour, having missed the time on that first lift.
You can have a great plan, but if you don't show up for work, it's a little hard to do, and that's kind of what happened there. So it'll be interesting to see if she makes that, what they do on their third, because it looked like that plan was probably to go for 160 or even more. Right now, we have the trannies up now from Italy, 165 kilos on the bar opening attempt.
Gets herself steady, gets the squat command.
Wow, that was a little
That's
sketchy.
going to be on the borderline because she has long limbs, but she gets it on the board. 3 white lights.
And she hits depth here, but watch the control of the bar. That just
wasn't smooth, was it?
Not at all.
Arani Barbosa from Brazil, 167.5.
167.5. Chinese Taipei as lifter.
You're talking about a very experienced lifter.
167.5. Looks like she might have her rack heights a little bit high there. Sort of, yeah, and they've got the rack heights in the wrong position. And she should get a new clock, I think.
Yeah, it won't be a problem at all. They're
If the rack heights were in the wrong position or it was her mistake. If it was her mistake, she won't get a new clock. If it was an error on the loaders, she'll get a new clock, but it's not. But she has enough time. And we're re-racking again. She just can't get that comfortable lock position. Now she's under a lot of pressure. She's going to time out, I think. And she has. She's timed out.
And she's being coached by David Coimbra, who is a very experienced coach and a great lifter and referee himself. We've seen that twice already now, lifters time out. In this group, I wonder what's happening back there.
Yan Zhu Huang, Chinese Taipei, 170 kilograms.
Gensu Wang from Chinese Taipei.
Well under her personal best of 190 kilograms.
Chinese Taipei. Derevianko, Ukraine, next lifter.
You know, and it's so much harder in equipped lifting to get your timing right to be ready to lift when the bar is loaded. You've got suits to put on, you've got knee wraps to put on. You don't want to be putting them on too early and sitting around in them. And you don't want to be leaving it too late, because as we've seen,
You know, and two, again, you got an experienced coach there working with Barbosa. She's been on the world stage for 10, 12 years now, so that's an interesting thing that might leave the door open there for somebody else to move up.
and that looks like a good lift, and it is with 3 white lights, and it's on the board.
Okay, we'll put 180 kilos.
So now we go to 180 kilos. Anastasia Derevianko from the Ukraine, 180 kilograms.
We're now starting to move into the athletes who can start making moves here.
Yeah, there's lots of experience in that Ukrainian coaching camp as well. And we've seen over the last few years Ukrainian athletes making such an impact in this sport. $180 kilograms on the bar. Working through that suit, and then powers back up. That's a lot of energy used to push down through that suit there. But she managed to get it back up to the top with 3 white lights.
And she hasn't been here since 2015, so, you know, kind of welcome back. She's got that squat in there, maybe
It's a
got rid of
good
some
one
nerve.
to put on the board.
Yep.
The first one back, isn't it? Tatiana Shlopko from the Ukraine as well, 185 kilograms.
And she is your reigning junior world champion right now.
So another junior athlete.
Now she's opening at 185 kilos. Her European junior squat record is 192 and a half.
And what was her squat in South Africa in the Junior World Championships? 192 and a half.
192 and a half, yeah, was a European junior record. And that was just a short time ago. That was September, first week of September.
Yeah, it was a fantastic lift. And that one is super fast.
That is amazing.
And 3 white lights. Into the office, get your job done, and go home.
All right. Here comes the Terminator up now, Sonakova.
Natalia from Russia, 190 kilograms.
And the bar is loaded. Come on, Natalia. Vargas, Ecuador.
Well under a personal best of 210 kilograms.
And the reason I called, she doesn't have the nickname of the Terminator, but she has lost one meet ever. That includes world championships. And as a matter of fact, the meet she lost was a qualifying meet in the Russian Nationals where she still won the world title.
Well, here she is. Can she take home another world championship medal? If she puts this on the board, she's certainly going to put herself in a good starting position. And she looks so comfortable under that weight. It doesn't look heavy on her back at all. And it certainly didn't look heavy through the squat. 3 white lights on the board, and she has put herself in an absolutely fantastic position to be going home with a world championship. Vargas Vilma from Ecuador, 200 kilograms. A monster opening lift, but still well away from a personal best of 215.
Vilma Ochoa is a very experienced, very consistent lifter. I'm expecting probably to see a world record attempt in the squat here. She nails this opener. That's probably where Marcos, her coach, is going to take her.
Yeah, it's certainly a name that everyone is familiar with.
And she is one of the sweetest people on the face of the planet, too.
Good depth, very fast lift.
Now you see why we're talking about world records there for her.
That looks like a warm-up.
That was 200 kilos. For everybody else, 440 pounds on that bar. That is just massive.
Nigeria from USA, our next lifter. And the bar is loaded for Chou from Chinese Taipei.
All right, again, so she came out 130 kilos, did not even take that, took the jump to 150 kilos.
Yeah, ran up to the platform,
And-
missed the time, and now let's see what's happening 150. We were talking about the 130 that she put in. Was there something happening? Was there something wrong? But it looks like it was part of their plan, but now hasn't really worked for them.
Yeah, once she came out and I saw how she was, what she
All
was
her
wearing.
gear on, everything ready to go.
Yeah, I knew what was going on. She didn't even get her wrist wraps put on.
And
Look at
150 didn't look like a
No,
problem at
I
all.
think they were going 130 and then maybe 165 or even 170. Now it'll be interesting to see what jump they take now, Gary, because they've got that 150 was just a smoke show. It was just fast. It was easy.
Yeah.
You know, where do you go with that now?
Be interested to see if they go up to 170, another 20-kilo jump, because that certainly wasn't difficult. Juanita Nazira from the USA, 155. And just to put some things in perspective here, the world record for this weight class is 218 kilos.
Oh, yeah.
And Vargas has put in 210 for a second. So
I believe that 218 may be hers.
I'm fairly sure it is. But Juanita looking at 155. A good opening lift, 145.
Wow, that
Speed
was
was
nice
good.
and easy. Yeah, that world record 218 was set last year in Pilsen.
3 white lights and it's on the board. Barbosa from Brazil, 167 and a half.
And the bar is loaded. Come on, Irani. Italy, Italy.
We still do not have an attempt in for Shu from
It's
Chinese
interesting because
Taipei.
you only have 1 minute to put that attempt in. It may be that it just hasn't been entered yet.
I'm assuming that that's where it is. I would tend to think if it was going to be a scratch, they would put a 0 in there. I would think. There we go.
167 and a half. Wants to
Wow.
put this on the board.
Now I'm even more confused. Went from 130, didn't even take the attempt. 150, smoke, easy. 152 and a half was put in.
And Barbosa looks like she's put that one on the board. And she has with 2 white lights.
Very easy.
Yeah, it's an interesting call. She's gone 130, timed out, 150, easy 150.
Easy.
Now they put
Easy.
in 152 and a half.
Easy.
Is there something wrong? Is there a small niggling injury they don't want to aggravate for the bench press or the deadlift?
There's definitely something going on there because the 150 just was easy. Easy.
You know, she's got a personal best well above 170, so
You know, she's not opening heavy in the bench press right now based on the opener she gave it weigh in. So I'm really not sure where that's going. I just really think that it's just not solid work right there.
here comes the Trani from Italy at 175. A good open at 165. Adding 10 kilos. Looking for 175 on the board. And this is gradually now we're going to start seeing these little battles heat up for positions in the squat.
looked much more solid than her opener did.
Quick bounce into the bottom, really used it and stood back up with 3 wide lights.
It was interesting because the 165, she didn't show control and was very, very unsteady. She was a lot more steady here with the extra 10 kilos on her back. Much more solid. Hip stayed right under the bar.
And sometimes that's the thing with equipped lifting. Sometimes that extra little bit of weight makes all the difference. Instead of making it harder, actually makes it a little bit easier. Yan Zhuhang from Chinese Taipei, 182.5.
And this will move her up to 4th in the squats. From 6th to 4th if she makes it.
182.5. And there we see the trainees just put in a 10 kilo jump for a first to a second, and just the 5 kilos for second to third.
Wow.
And that was just a little bit too much. We'll see the replay here. The bounce was good, her line was good, it was just too heavy. Anastasia Revienko from Ukraine, 187.5. Lifts just get bigger and bigger and better and better. I remember commentating last year in Pilsen, you're saying how fantastic the competition was, and it just keeps getting better. And here we are again, and it's just better again.
You know, there were some classes historically that just haven't been good, or they go through down periods. I don't think we really have a class that's down right now. Every class is up with amazing lifters, the top 2 or 3 in each class. Sometimes the top 7 or 8, as we have in the 105s. But it's just absolutely crazy.
It's just so great to see. And don't forget, if you're watching this on Facebook, we are broadcasting live on the Olympic channel for the first time in history. And she stood that up easily, but was it deep enough? She looked like she pulled up a little bit short.
There you go, exactly.
Just a little bit short.
And they know, too. There's not even any look.
Yeah, look, you can see, as soon as she walks off, you can see from the coach that it's not something to question. He knew it was too high.
All right, now her countrywoman, Slopko, is up now, 195 kilos.
Now, she set the world junior record at 192.5 in South Africa, and now hitting 195. Has she had a birthday and isn't a junior anymore? And it is a world junior record,
yep.
195. She looks confident, and it certainly wasn't difficult, but it wasn't deep enough. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them add a few more kilos to that for the next lift, because it wasn't difficult.
Look, I mean, if you can do that 97.5, 200, I mean, I'm sorry, at 95, then 97.5 or even 200 shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, that was a very easy lift, and it just didn't quite get down deep enough. But up next, Natalia Salikova from Russia, 197.5.
And the bar still lit. Come on, Natalia. Next lifter, she would like to have 210 kilos. For that.
197.5, and still under her personal best at 210.
Ladies have done all their squats. There will be a 10-minute break.
She's also your 2-time World Games champion, 2013, 2017.
So tune in at home on your smart TVs, watch it on the Olympic channel in high definition, and it'll be just like being here, and we'll bring you all the action. Wow, that's fast, isn't it?
Absolutely easy.
It just was there's never a moment where you don't think she's going to get that. It was so quick, and gets the 3 white lights.
Now, where do you go? Because right now you got Vilma Ochoa at 210. You know it. She makes this 210. she's going 218.5 or higher. So what does Selnikova do to try to pace right here?
Yeah, look, I think what you will see is the Russia team, they've got their plan today, and they are looking for the long game, and they will play this all the way to the last deadlift.
Yep.
And I wouldn't be surprised Selnikova maybe putting in 202.5, 205.
Now, and this is a huge lift for Vilma. Yeah, has she done this before? She's done this dozens of times. The issue becomes, now Selnikova went from 190 to 197.5, but there was a 10-kilo difference between Selnikova and Ochoa at openers. If Ochoa misses this here, it narrows that gap to
that gap
2.5 kilos.
down.
Selnikova now just put in 205.
Having to work for it, but she gets it back to the top.
Let's see what the referees say right here.
And the experience showing
There you
through
go.
there.
Right, so she keeps that, right. So Selnikova's now put in 205.
We will come around for our last round of squats now.
So here's how big a flip that is right here with Ochoa and Selnikova. By nailing that 210 right now, instead of narrowing the gap to 2.5, she extended that gap because she took a bigger jump. She actually gained 2.5 more kilos, so now she's 12.5 kilos ahead in squat.
Yeah, it certainly makes a difference.
But that's how fragile these leads are here.
And
from
that is
attempt to
why
attempt.
it's so important to get everyone on the board. You miss a lift, and all of a sudden it goes from a 5-kilo gap to a 15-kilo gap. Yi Ju Chao, Chinese Taipei, 152.5.
And Gary, you do have a new fan out there too. Jessica Smith from the USA.
Well, there you go.
There you go. Wow.
I have a fan.
I didn't know you could blush.
I have a fan.
Wow.
Oh yes, the ball came all the way up, and it's a good lift.
And again, you look at that came about 130 timeout, didn't even get wrist wraps on. Smoked one. Was it 150, and then only goes up 2.5 kilos.
Yeah, it's interesting. You really sort of like to be a fly on the wall and sort of know what's going on there, because clearly there's something going on to be doing it like this. But we have Juanita Najara from the USA, 162.5 kilograms.
So, and again, with Najara, we're seeing the 10-kilo jump from 45 to 155, then a smaller 7.5-kilo jump to 162.5.
$162.5 on the bar. Been consistent all the way through. Looks a little bit wobbly on the descent there, and you can see it was just a little
Not
bit too
happy at all.
much. Just didn't really get that bar path that
No.
she wanted, and it looked very different to her other two lifts there.
Now that obviously the thing comes in here with her, with Najara, is that she's going to look. The deadlift is her big lift. She's an okay bencher. She's a very good squatter. She's a good squatter, but the deadlift is her thing. The issue becomes historically when you miss third attempt squats, you miss your third attempt deadlift. If you're trying to medal in the deadlift here, it puts a little bit of a strain on here now. Ronnie Barbosa's up now.
Personal best, 175. She had a tough roll on her opening lift, but then smoked it on a second. Now looking for 175. And that looks heavy on her back. Just doesn't look comfortable there. And she stands it back up.
With a smile on her face.
When she got into the bottom there, it didn't look like she was going to stand back up. Then all of a
There you go.
sudden, she stands straight up
2-1.
for two white lights. Chiara Detrani from Italy, 180 kilograms.
You know, and again, right there, that's trusting your technique. That's trusting physics. That's just, taking a year's worth of work and making that attempt
She
there.
didn't panic.
No.
It
Not at all.
wasn't the neatest descent we've ever seen. It didn't look that clean, but she didn't panic about it. 180 kilograms on the bar. wants to get this one on there to stay in that top half a dozen lifters.
180 kilo squat right here from Chiara.
Now there are guys and girls all around the world in the gym that dream of squatting these sorts of numbers, and these young ladies are making it look easy.
You know, the biggest change for me in this sport since I've been in over 30 years is seeing the rise of the women, and it's absolutely awesome.
And we were talking about world records before. And she stands up. Was the bar dipping at all?
That might be yellow card there for. There you go.
She gets a 3 reds, no lift.
Yeah.
And we talked before, where does Vargas go from 210? She's put in 218.5 for a world record attempt.
Which is what we said, you know, I said she was going at least at 218.5. Doesn't make sense. She did some good work there on Sonnikova. Sonnikova's put in 205. Again, she's now taking a chance. She wants to get that world record. If she misses that world record, there's a significant gap has been narrowed by Sonnikova.
We talk about playing that long game, and we saw Gradke and Fedosienko play that long game today. Didn't do anything crazy, go for world records or anything like that. We actually played quite conservative, looking for that overall world championship, just getting them on the board. But right now we've got Yan Zhu Hang from Chinese Taipei, 182.5, missed this on her second. Can she put it in the bank now? And just those knees dropping in there, just making it next to impossible to drive it back up once those knees drop in. So Anastasia Derevyanko from the Ukraine, 192.5 kilograms. Missed 187.5, still a little bit under a personal best, but that extra little bit of weight might just be all she needed to get into the depth.
I don't know if they changed the way they were wrapping her, pulled her straps up a little bit more, adjusted the belt, but that 187.5 was harder for her to get down on than the 180. So maybe that 5 kilos with the is going to help her a little bit.
You put the knee wraps a little bit too tight, maybe couldn't push down. That extra few kg might just push her down into it. Let's see. Because it certainly didn't look too heavy for her. I mean, it was very easy for her to stand up.
No, and she needs to have a solid day. She needs to hit this here to hope to be up on the medal stand, because I'm sure that's what she's come here for. That just looks,
it's going to be borderline. Let's have a look.
We really did not have a good look. Looks like her knees are soft.
Yeah, we didn't have the best angle here. Yeah, not deep enough. And she's going to be disappointed with that.
That really sets her back a lot right there.
All right, here we go. Tatiana Shlopko from the Ukraine, again looking for that world junior record, 195 kilograms. Here we go.
This is it right now.
She's got a big smile on her face before she's even hit the platform. She looks confident.
Yeah, and there wasn't a whole heck of a lot wrong. I mean,
her
the weight came out.
Looks different on this lift than it did on the second.
Yeah, and the weight didn't come out looking heavy. She just didn't look confident, like you said.
And she walked out this time.
I mean, she just cut it high, and the coach kind of laid into her a little bit when she was coming off.
You look at that weight on her back, it doesn't look difficult,
No.
doesn't look heavy. That's the depth on that one.
That's way better.
Looks
there
better.
You go.
This should be a world record. Let's wait and see. And it is. It's a world record, world junior record.
That's awesome.
195 kilograms.
You know, and that's where composure comes in. You have Ukrainian lifters. The team itself is very experienced. The coaches are experienced. She is the reigning junior world champion. She just took that, 7 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago.
You know you're in tough company when you break a world record and it still doesn't get you a gold medal in the squats.
No, she's got bronze. All right, so here's now where we're coming into the home stretch here, the squats. Sonnikova's going for 205. She has to hit this. If she hits it, she's 5 kilos behind Ochoa, who's still got the world record going to be loaded. If she misses this and Ochoa hits it, she's kind of really put damage into her.
This one keeps her in the game. And 205, looking at a 197.5. And I said she could easily go 205, 202.5, 205. She's put on the 205, and I'm confident that she can absolutely smoke 205.
Now, conversely, if she makes this and Ochoa misses that world record attempt, she's narrowed
Boy,
that
it changes
10
the
kilo.
game, doesn't it?
Well, she's narrowed the gap of 10 kilos in the first attempt to 5 kilos in the thirds. Huge, huge, huge going into the bench press.
Depth looks good from this angle.
All right.
Stands up easily. It looked like it was tough, but she gets the 3 white lights and it's on the board, and this could be a game changer right here.
Right here. I mean, this can determine, this attempt right here, third attempt squat, can kind of determine who might win this.
And Vargas Vilma looking for a world record of 218.5 kilograms. A monster lift, but certainly not foreign territory for this lady.
Well, Vargas Ochoa, very, very experienced. She is her world record holder at 218 right now. She set it at this meet here last year in Pilsen. You and I were both there.
218.5.
And let's see what she comes up with.
Well, we've had a year development since the 218, so a half a kilo increment. Certainly not a big reach, but important. If she misses this lift, it can be an absolute game changer.
And additionally, so she's not on an even 2.5. This gives her a huge lead. And so even though it looks like 13.5 kilos, it's really a 15 kilo jump, essentially, if she nails this here. If it's not, Salnikova has narrowed the gap to 5 kilos.
She's a little bit off on the walkout there. And it looks like she's going to struggle. And she's probably going to get a bit of a warning there as well.
She apologizes to the spotters and
Good
loaders.
work.
It was just too much. And again, we said, you know, what do you do? You got to take what's in the flow of the meet.
And you can see as she walked out there that she wasn't confident. But she'll get the gold medal in the squat. Natalia will get the silver medal in the squat. And Slopko will get the bronze medal in the squat. And the action is just heating up. Don't go too far away. In 10 minutes' time, we will be back with the bench press for these 3 flights and watch them battle it out.
All right, see ya.
Welcome back to Halmstad, Sweden for the IPF World Open Powerlifting Championships 2018. And we are watching the action heating up. We're seeing world records left, right and center all day today. And we are just about to kick off the bench press in the 47 kilo women. And it just gets more and more exciting. It has been a fantastic event so far. Day one, already some great lifting. Big shout out to our sponsors, of course, Alico, who are here with us today as well. It has been a fantastic event, so an absolutely massive thank you to them. They stand behind us and have supported the IPF and really been such a big part of making powerlifting what it is today. And of course, Uplift, who came on board as a major sponsor earlier this year in Canada. Fantastic online coaching platform. SBD, who are without doubt the makers of some of the best and finest quality products on the planet. And you'll see a lot of the athletes sporting the SBD gear throughout this week. And we are just about 45 seconds away from getting the bench press action started here. And of course, so many other sponsors as well. Rogue getting behind the IPF and getting behind these competitions. Some of the sponsors for these local events, Clarion Collection, are getting behind this as well. And don't forget, if you're watching this at home on Facebook, you can switch over to the Olympic channel and watch the IPF World Open Powerlifting Championships be broadcast for the first time ever on the Olympic channel. So you can watch that on your phone, on your iPad, on your computer, on your smart TV, broadcasting in high definition as well. So get on there and get the action into your living room. And we are just about to start with Mei Yang Lu from Chinese Taipei, opening at 72.5 kilograms.
And we're off and running. You know, this is where the medals in both of these classes, the 47 and the 52, are going to be determined.
Yeah, the bench press can make that huge difference. I mean, you get one person that's a great bench presser, and all of a sudden it opens a door. Someone misses a couple, and the gates open again.
And again, in that 52 kilo class, wow, Ochoa taking that big jump from 210 to 218.5 to try to extend her new world record might have cost her a world championship there, and it allows Sonakova to do something a lot more conservative in the bench. Right now, we got Lu up from Chinese Taipei.
All right, 72.5 kilograms, and absolutely smokes it. Super fast.
There we go.
Great way to open this. Stephanie Lagarde from France, 82.5 kilograms. And you can see she's wearing that thinner bench press belt there. Allows her to wear a belt on the bench press, keeping that shirt in position, but is not going to interfere too much with her arch and her setup.
Not at all.
That a little bit thinner. And belts on bench press, very personal thing, very athlete dependent. I bench with a belt. I really actually like to use that intra-abdominal pressure to tighten everything up. Other athletes prefer not to wear a belt on bench.
You know, in an equipped bench, some of the people like to have the shirt slide so they don't belt it into place.
And we will see those shirts get tighter and tighter, and those little adjustments to the sleeves, little adjustments here and there, just as the weights get heavier. And you'll see, if you watch closely as they walk out, you will see different positioning of sleeves, and she absolutely nails that one. And that is on the board with 3 white lights.
Okay, we will put 85 kilos on the bar for Malin Karlsson, Sweden.
So our next lifter, Malin Karlsson from Sweden, who had had a really rough day at the office, missing all 3 squats, so she can't register a total, but she can medal in deadlifts and bench.
Yep.
So she's coming out to make sure she gives herself opportunity after opportunity.
I mean, you got to have a lot of intestinal fortitude to not register a squat, so you're not going to register a total and then come out here and bench press and deadlift.
It is one of the toughest things to do, is missing all those squats and then coming out and completing. You'll see some athletes opt to call it a day. but I think it takes a lot. And she gets that one back to the top, and it looks good from this angle, and it is. It's a good lift.
Very easy.
So Anja Schreiner from Germany, 90 kilograms. And the thing with bench press is too, I mean, her opening lift at 85 kilograms might not look at the moment to be in medal contention, but bench press can be so technical, you never know what's going to happen. 90 kilos on the bar for Anja Schreiner. And she's got a great man in the corner. You can see Dietmar Wolf there watching on from the sidelines.
That's an easy opener.
Yeah, that was
right
a
there.
great opening lift.
Wow. You know, and this has become the most precision of all three of the lifts, I think, has been the...
Yeah, it's certainly one of the most technical lifts. I mean, I know the guys sitting back at the gym are watching and thinking, you know, bench press isn't that complicated. And it's probably one of the most technical lifts of the whole competition. You know, there's so many little things, and there's so many little things that you can do to add those few kilos as well.
Exactly.
Kotomi Hawakawa from Japan, 100 kilograms.
Watch how long the setups take of these bench presses. They are very meticulous. Before, you and I were talking about bar path work, and I think this is an example of the bench press is the best place the bar path works. Just even taking the bar itself and just doing your setup multiple times in a day.
If you look at these weights these girls are lifting, and even if you look in the men's class as well, the weights they're lifting, if your bar path is just a little bit off, it can mean the difference between white lights and red lights.
Yeah, I know. It's exactly true. So watch the setup here, the feet.
And you can see she's right back on those shoulders. Tell you what, she's using that clock. She's only got 10 seconds left.
Very meticulous setup. See the clock there on the right.
Gets the core, has to drag that down, but she gets it all the way back up fast.
Wow,
too.
that was easy. Easy opening attempt.
3 white lights, and it's on the board.
You know, I don't want to jinx anything here, but these look awfully easy for equipped opening attempts.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, I like my athletes to do an easy opening lift on the bench press. It's one of those lifts. It's one of those disciplines that if it's a tough lift on an opening lift and you've got to really push for it, it can use a lot of energy. And you really want to make sure you're playing that end game and saving some in the tank for the deadlift as well.
No doubt.
All right, Sidakova from Russia, 125. She has put herself in a nice position in the squats. Wants to come out and do a solid job here on the bench press. And she's just been called to re-rack. Referee's not happy with something. She still has 13 seconds. And they're holding her there, and she is going to end up timing out. Not quite sure what they're not happy with. It might not be a foot on the floor or locking out the elbows.
Yeah, the overhead view is absolutely great for bench press, but it must have been either her butt wasn't staying flat on the bench or the feet weren't totally flat.
Yeah, it just wasn't getting the setup complete. So at the start of the bench press, they've got to have their elbows in that locked position, or as locked as their elbows will allow. Feet have to be flat on the floor, and the butt and shoulders both have to be on the bench. So Wadari from Indonesia now 125.
These opening attempts here for Sidakova, Fukushima, and Wadari are huge. Sidakova missing that opener,
yeah. I mean,
just
that's
is
certainly going to
unbelievable.
change. That could be a game changer right there.
The door is wide open there.
You know, and now the question is for her is, do we go to that second lift adding more weight like the plan was, or we do a reattempt the opening, and they're reattempting the opening lift.
Yeah, it's smart for her because she's trying to win the championship
Needs
here.
to put it on the board.
I mean, if they'd gone up any more than, let's say, 127.5, I would have had an issue with it.
Udari from Indonesia, 125.
That's just so easy for her right there. She's put tremendous pressure on Sidakova right now.
It's a good lift. Great start, Udari. Okay, same weight for Fukushima.
Yukiko Fukushima from Japan, also looking for 125.
And Yukiko makes this, as she smokes this opener here, she being smart and making her lift from then on, she can win this championship here and leave Sidakova and Wadari just for the leavings on the medal stand.
It's certainly going to open the gap a little bit, isn't it?
But right now Sidakova's in trouble. I mean, that weight wasn't tough for her, but if she doesn't get the start command again, she's got a huge hole. Right now Fukushima's opening at 125.
Put herself in a nice position in the squats to challenge in those medals, and now she's opened the door a little bit by missing that opening lift.
Well, and two, so Fukushima comes in here and hits this 125. She is very experienced, one of the greatest athletes in the history of the sport.
And look at that setup, just really taking her time, quite meticulous about how she does it.
Yeah, she hits this. They're not going to make mistakes with their attempts.
Has that chest up so high. She's reduced that range of motion so much. And there it is. That should be a good
it's
lift.
unbelievable right there.
And it is 3 white lights.
What's Fukushima's PB in the? Do we have on all powerlifting? Do we have it there?
82.5 kilos on the bar for Mei Jiang Yu from Chinese Taipei.
So she's real close. She's probably going to end up exceeding her personal best in the bench press, which is 135, right? So she's at 125 right now. She may go.
Yes,
who knows?
it's certainly not unlikely for her to exceed that 135.
A 5 kilo jump. I mean, honestly, where she's sitting right now, I wouldn't be shocked to see a 2.5, but I think it's probably going to be a 5 kilo jump to 130 right there for Fukushima. 32.5. There you go. A little bit under. I'm sorry, a little bit over. So she's feeling good. It was very light.
Yeah, there was certainly plenty of room to lose. But right now, Mei Yang Lu from Chinese Taipei, 82.5. Good bar path on the way down there. A little bit uneven on the way up, but that doesn't matter. And it gets the 3 white lights. Stephanie Lagarde from France, 87.5 kilograms.
You know, and again, that choice of the 132.5 for Fukushima, she comes and nails that. That's kind of closed the door on anybody else.
Yeah, it certainly makes a difference. So Stephanie Lagarde looking for 87.5. She had 85 at the European Championships this year. And interestingly, she's benching 75 raw in a bench press only competition, European Classic Bench Press Championships.
Interesting.
So not a big difference in her raw and her equipped.
I think you see more of that probably on the lighter lifters than you do on the larger lifters because the mass does help you work that shirt.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult to get a lot out of the shirt with 87.5.
I mean, again, you're talking 47 kilos body weight. There you
Has
go.
to work a little bit hard through the middle, but it looks
That's
pretty good.
Should be good.
And it is, and it's on the board. Marlon Carlson from Sweden, 90 kilograms.
You know, and I am just so impressed with her coming back the way she did to just nail that 85 kilo.
Yeah, look, it's absolutely fantastic to see athletes go through absolute hell in the squats and then just come back out, get their confidence back up again, and start putting some numbers on the board. And, you know, for this young lady, it's such a great experience too. Has to work hard, gets it back to the top. Let's see what the referees say.
And 3 white lights. She is happy there. Big yell.
on the board, and you can see her confidence is back up. Her attitude's changed again.
Yeah, she's feeling good about herself. She's shaking off that.
She's wiped out the squats,
Yep.
and she's back on the board. Anja Schreiner from Germany, 95 kilograms and a personal best.
Japan, next lifter.
95 kilograms. So she actually won the Western European Championships with a 95 kilo bench press this year. And it looks solid.
Nice technique there. Push it straight through. I think the biggest thing you see on the bench press is athletes, they get kind of stuck, and instead of pushing through and letting their technique rule the day, they start to flare their elbows out.
Yeah, and if you stick with that technique. So we have a world junior record now from Kotomi Horikawa from Japan at 110 kilograms. So a world junior record attempt.
You know, and the difference in most classes between the junior record and the world record and the open world record and the squat and the deadlift, fairly narrow. The bench press, you see a lot more difference, because really the bench press is the lift that age and size and physical maturity really help you.
Especially in equipped lifting.
Especially.
It takes years of practice and experience to really learn to use that shirt to the absolute best of your ability. 110 kilograms for a world junior record. She is going to use every second of that minute to get set up properly. You can just see her trying to grip the floor properly. Can she take home a world record today? I think she will. It
There
looks
you go.
good.
Another world record in the books.
And there it is, 3 white lights. Right, so now this becomes a very important lift for Sudakova from Russia, 125 for a second attempt. Didn't get a start call on the first attempt, problems with her setup.
I mean, you know, Sudakova went from coming into the squats looking like she could be on top of the medal stand. Now she's just trying to register a total to even get in the meet itself.
The door has been opened. But she
see.
needs to put this one on the board, keep her in the game.
Let's see if they've cleaned up this setup a little bit. There you go, much better. Got your start command.
Gets the start command straight away this time. Dragging it through the chest. Has to work hard, but gets it to the top.
Let's see what the referees say here. Looks obviously way better.
Yeah, 3 white lights and it's on the board.
All right.
And, you know, that's a tough lift too. It's probably difficult to tell at home, but if you're going to getting re-racked by the head referee 2 or 3 times and resetting and pulling that bar back out, that sometimes takes more energy than lifting it itself. The Fukushima from Japan, 132.5.
You know, and again, as your chief referee in this session, Priscilla Ribic, she's a multi-time world champion, Hall of Famer, world record holder in the bench. So she knows what it takes. If she's calling for a re-rack, it's because she knows the standard that's being set right there. Fukushima's up now, 132.5. She smashes this attempt here, 7.5 kilo jump from 125 to here. It kind of puts an exclamation point on her.
It opens up that gap and says to everyone else, well, if you want the world championship, you're going to have to come and get it. Because she wants to take it home. With that very wide foot position that we quite often see in equipped lifting.
You know, I think we're seeing more and more of it in classic too.
It's starting to spread over now, isn't it?
We're seeing the classic lifters come much closer to equipped technique.
And 3 white lights, and that has opened up that gap quite significantly now.
That is absolutely massive.
Not a whole lot of room left to move, though. That was a tough lift.
She is up at this moment, prior to Wadari taking her second attempt. Fukushima is 27.5 kilos in first place.
So Wadari from Indonesia now looking at 135. Really wants to get this one on the board. And missing this lift could be quite costly.
Now again, this will narrow the gap to 17.5 kilos for Wadari, which works for her because she's a big-time deadlifter, and it puts Fukushima in a position where she has to make that third attempt, and indeed she's only gone up 2.5 kilos. She knows that 2.5 kilos there might force Wadari into making a third attempt deadlift that she just can't make. The same thing we saw this morning.
That's it.
With the Russians, put Chinese Taipei into a situation where they could not make the lift.
A little bit out of touch.
Yep.
And absolutely hammers that.
There you go.
2 white lights. That's enough to go on the board.
I wonder if we see this replay, watch that right foot, and see if we see the foot go. Now it
looks like the butt just
butt
came
came
off
up.
the bench there.
Yep.
So the butt has to stay in contact with the bench. So we come around now for our third attempts. Mei Young Lu, Chinese Taipei, 85 kilograms.
So Sidikova's taking a 10-kilo jump from 125 to 135. Pretty much, probably she was going to go 7.5
in the second attempt anyway.
Maybe a little bit more.
It.
Yeah, I think she probably would have gone 7.5.
Just trying to keep in touch there.
Yep, and she needs that. She really needs that right now. Lu from Chinese Taipei is up 85 kilos. She was good at 72.5, 10 kilo at 82.5, then just a 2.5 kilo jump. That's something you really don't see, a 10 and a 2.5, not normal in the bench. But hey, it works for her. She's making her lifts today.
And Mei Hang just nails 85 kilograms.
Yep. So there's different flavors here. You know, you can get there a lot of different ways. The difference is to get there.
Stephanie Lagarde from France, 90 kilograms. Just taking a time. Getting those shoulders under as far as she can.
Look at her getting. Obviously, she does that all the time.
Yeah, you can see by the way her shoe is starting to peel a little there.
Well, that
she's setting up the same way every single time, and it's just catching the end of a shoe.
Every single time.
Gets the start command. Ooh, came down fast. You can see she lost tightness.
No, she just, that right side just gave out.
You can see as she came down there, the tightness just disappeared. And it came straight down to her chest.
All right, and here she comes. Malin Carlson again.
92.5 kilograms.
I think I've become a fan today.
Absolutely. And this is a personal best for her.
See her smash this thing. I mean, you know, open with a personal best and then keep jumping and new personal best and new personal best.
Yeah,
you
it's a great way to build your confidence and get your experience up.
You know, and again, she's not registered a total. She has no chance to win this meet, and she's still here working hard, setting personal best. And I'm sure if she nails it, she's going to get up and be happy. You'd never know anything went wrong today.
Oh, she's had to work hard, but just couldn't quite push it through. But she gave it everything she had.
I mean, she had a good day in the bench press.
And she's still got a smile on her face. Anja Schreiner from Germany, 97.5.
Now, she came up. When she came off, she told her coach, I could see with her hands, and she was starting to see stars a little bit. So I don't know if the shirt got too tight. It got up on her. She just lost her tightness, lost her breath. But that kind of happened there right for her. Now Anja Schreiner's up, Germany.
97.5 kilograms.
Again, guys, always watch how meticulous these benchers are with their setups.
You watch their setups, and it's it's the same every single time. Nothing changes. Oh, look, made that look very, very easy for a third lift.
There you go. Beautiful.
Lights.
Gives a little shrug there. She's like, well, I don't know. I guess I could have done more.
Should have done more.
Could have done more. All right, Wadari has in a 141 kilo
A
world record attempt.
there.
So let's see what happens there, because she's in the hunt for that gold. She may say, look, Fukushima's just having that kind of day. She's going to have, Fukushima is now going to bench before her instead of after her. So we're going to kind of see what happens here and play with it a little bit. But again, we see someone taking a world record attempt for a third is going to come back and bite her where she might be in a position.
I mean, it could work out for the best if she gets the lift.
Yep.
Fantastic. Closes the gate. But it's a big call. So Katomi Awakawa from Japan looking at 115.
You know, and if Wadari misses that, then what happens? Sidikova's there in third place looking to snipe her off.
And in the world of powerlifting, it ain't over till the fat lady sings.
No, not at all.
And absolutely,
Nope.
just got good speed off the chest.
I mean,
But then just couldn't follow it through.
Great attempt selection, just didn't make it that time. And sometimes it happens.
A little bit too much. Yeah, good speed off the chest. And just couldn't follow it through.
All right, these next three attempts are going to determine pretty much what's going to happen in this meet now.
So we've got 135 on the board now for Sidikova. Wants to put this one on to keep herself right in the mix.
Now, she opened at 125. Priscilla Ribic, chief referee, had to replace the bar. She wasn't set. Her butt wasn't down. Her feet weren't set.
And it cost her a lot of energy and a lot of confidence.
Yeah.
So she had to retake that 125. So now looking for a 10-kilo jump to 135. Certainly not out of reach for Sidikova.
No, but she's got to make this to stay in silver medal contention.
Gets a good bar path. Having to work hard on that left side.
Let's see what the referees say.
She's got it from the angle we
there you
have.
go,
She
three white lights. All right.
So now we have Fukushima at 135 as well.
So right now, Sidikova just put herself in silver medal position in the bench press, depending here what happens with Wadari. But it's interesting, Sidikova's the lighter lifter, correct?
Yeah.
Oh, she's the heavier.
A little bit heavier, but these next two lifts can make the difference. These can be game changers.
Yep.
They can either close the gate or they might wide open.
I mean, this can be a monstrous 2.5 kilos here for Fukushima. You know, Wadari's kind of coming with a haymaker over the top to try to score a knockout on Fukushima, make her make a mistake. She's not doing it. She is staying cool as a cucumber. She's not taking 5. She's not taking 7.5, which she could probably handle. She's doing 2.5 to add that onto the total to put pressure on Wadari and Sidikova.
She's just playing her long game, sticking to her plan, not getting pushed into anything.
Right.
This is what the plan was. This is what we're sticking to. I don't care if you're doing a world record. This is what I'm doing. And she has great technique, doesn't she?
Absolutely perfect. She just pushed through that 3 white lights. Kind of puts a stamp on her right there.
Yeah, she's certainly saying to everyone else that she's here and she wants to dominate. So now we have a world record attempt by Wadari from Indonesia looking for 141 kilograms. This is a massive lift.
Unbelievable.
It's not a huge jump from a second, only 6 kilograms.
Not at all. And she took a 10-kilo jump from her first to her second. So this is well within the range of where she should be.
6 kilos in equipped lifting, even at this lighter weight class, certainly isn't a big, huge jump or an unheard of move.
Not at all. Not at all. Look, we saw Sidikova just nail a 10-kilo jump.
Yeah,
so.
look, and you can see how much they've adjusted that shirt too. The chest panel is really pulled down, and those sleeves now are twisted that a little bit more. And you can see how little movement she has trying to get set up there.
Right here, this lift.
Yeah, trying to get that arm around.
I mean, this lift is so important. It is a world record. It gives her the gold medal in the bench press and puts a stranglehold for her kind of on silver medal position in the total.
For the world record, 141. Did she
Let's
get
see
it
what the
locked out at the
referees say.
top?
There you go,
And
3
she
white
gets
lights.
3 whites for a world record.
All right, so that's a world record and really put a stranglehold. Sidakova getting timed out on that first attempt bench press.
Yeah, that's
right
made
there.
a big difference.
Might have cost her right there. Might
And
have cost her the silver medal.
That is certainly not completely closed the gate, but it certainly shut a little bit more. And we move straight into our 52 kilo class women now with Louise Edwards from Great Britain at 67.5 kilos.
Come on, Luis. 67.5 kilos.
Coming out there, she's all smiles. You know, you knew she was going to start having a good day. She came out and hit that opening attempt squat.
Yeah, it looked great.
Smoked it.
Well, let's see if she can have a great day on the bench as well. And it looks good from here.
There she is.
Coach looks happy. Referees are happy. She's happy. Everyone's happy.
Erin's happy, I think. What do you think?
Everyone's happy. Well, let's see if Emma Goodwin can be happy as well with 75 kilos loaded on the bar.
I mean, you've got to know yourself as a lifter when you come in here. Your coach is going to know you as a lifter.
Yeah, I think it's a really important thing for lifters and coaches to have that long-term knowledge of each other, know each other's strengths and weaknesses, know how to read them, and make those decisions based on that knowledge that they've got.
Right. So now you have Emma Goodwin, the
Very young and inexperienced British lifter.
75 kilos.
And the referees say, there you go. Coach Dean Bowering is very happy.
I think that's the first time I've seen someone bunny hop off the platform.
Definitely not a move that you or I make, but she's very happy. And that's, you know, there is a lot of, you'll see more self-expression during the deadlifts than you will during the
Oh,
the bench
absolutely. And
squat.
I think it's so fantastic. And we're seeing both men and women athletes being so much more expressive when they get those lifts and really sort of showing how much it means to them. And Sandrine from Sweden, 85 kilograms. Smokes that one, knocks it out of the park. And 3 white lights. Jessica Reyes from Mexico, 95 kilograms.
So she's got a good squat on the board of 130 kilos here.
95 kilograms on the bar. Good control on the descent. Gets a really quick call. She's got that bar down. Stopped it completely on her chest. Got the
Very
really
easy.
quick call and smoked it back up for 3 white lights.
Very, very easy for her.
We talk about that all the time. You want to get that bar and stopped on your chest completely as fast as you can, so you get that quick call. The longer it takes you to stop that bar and steer that bar, the longer you're sitting down there waiting. Trine Berger from Denmark, 97.5 kilograms. Good control. Nice, smooth lift. The 3 white lights.
All right, lift is good.
And if you are watching at home, and you can see the difference in the bar path and where they finish that bar path on their chest in equipped is very different than a raw lift. And make sure you get the most out of that shirt, so they move into a slightly different position. Miyabi from Japan, 97.5 kilograms. Just giving some instructions to the spotters and loaders of how she wants that lift off. You want to get that bar placed right where you want it. You don't want to be wasting energy trying to move the bar through free space. Good control, having to work through that chest. Wow, that moved fast. That was
Very
a quick
easy.
lift.
Very
3
easy
white
opening
lights. So Tomoko Akagawa from Japan, 100 kilograms.
Sweden, next lifter.
100 kegs on the bar for Japan. Getting dug into that bench as much as she can. Wants to make sure all the energy goes up into that bar.
Easy attempt right there. Easy opener. 100 kilos. That is just amazing. 100 kilos that easily.
Not a problem at all. Just another day at the office. Mia Ingenius from Sweden, 102.5, and she's got plenty of support in the crowd. You can hear the crowd cheering and clapping for their countrymen there. 102.5. You can see that shirt stretching across the chest there.
These opening attempts are absolutely unbelievable right there.
That was the quickest 102.5 I've seen in this weight class. That was super fast. And now Sandvik from Finland looking for 115. And the bar is loaded at 115 kilograms. Don't forget, you can be watching this at home on the Olympic channel for the first time in IPF history.
Now she's opening here at 115. Her best is a 125 kilo Masters 1 world record set at the EPF Championships.
And you can see by that opening lift, it was well under a personal best. It certainly wasn't difficult at all. So Louise Edwards now for her second lift, looking at 72.5 kilograms.
Her opening attempt just was absolutely easy, destroyed.
Having an absolutely fantastic day on the platform so far. So if you're watching at home, and you might see the shoes they're wearing, if you're new to powerlifting, they have shoes they wear often for squat and bench. And the shoes didn't help at that time.
No, I mean,
Just got a little bit offline.
it's 7.5 kilos. I don't have a problem with that jump. Some of the shirt just didn't fit right. Aaron's
You can
probably going to go in
see
the back and
arch
adjust
just
it.
started to collapse as she came down, got the bar into the wrong position. And as we were saying about the shoes, so they wear a wedged shoe, puts their heel into a slightly different position, and in bench it allows them to actually get their feet back a little bit further to tighten that arch up a little bit more. So Emma Goodwin from Great Britain looking for 80 kilograms.
Next lifter.
$80 kg on the bar. Super fast off the chest and follows it all the way through.
Very easy opening attempt right there for Emma.
All right, so Sandrine from Sweden, 90 kilograms for her second lift. And again, lots of support in the crowd for the countrymen there. Just makes your competition a little bit extra special when you're doing the home country, doesn't it, for a world championship?
Absolutely amazing when you see that. And as the week goes on, more and more people show up here. I mean, it's hard to show up, you know, on a work day, on a Monday.
Yeah, and we'll see these crowds get bigger and bigger and bigger throughout the week.
I mean, obviously culminating with, you know, the late Friday and the Saturday crowds are going to be the biggest probably.
Ooh, a little bit of struggle through the middle there.
It's a bobble right there.
I don't think it dipped, though. And it
Green
didn't.
lights.
The bar can come to a little bit of a stop there as long as it doesn't dip. So Jessica Ray's now looking for 100 kilograms for a second lift.
And the bar is loaded. Come on, Jessica. Trine Bagge. You want the next lifter.
Gets the lift off right where she wants it. Comes down fast, but gets the power off the chest to push it back up, and it should be a good lift. And it is with 3 white lights. Trine Bagge from Denmark, 102.5.
Trine Bagge, Denmark. 102.5 kilos. She will be followed
The numbers are getting bigger and bigger. Just a smidge under her personal best of 105. Really having to work through that chest there. Got good speed off the chest, but just couldn't follow it through.
Couldn't get it through. Couldn't push through it. And again, it's a 5 kilo jump, so we can't. Not going to sit here and say that was a bad call at all.
Absolutely not. And you know, you saw she got really good speed off the chest there. Really quick off the chest, but just looks like her bar path might have been a little bit too straight up. Miyabi Kachui from Japan, 102.5 kilograms. I do believe this is the personal best. I think her best lift might have been 97.5. And now looking for 102.5. Boy, she gets that chest up high. Look at that arch. Getting as much out of that as she can. Good bar path. Straight back up.
Very easy one.
Easy, very,
Yeah, that was a very good
easy.
3 white lights.
Yep.
And occasionally you might get to see from a bit of a side angle here. You can see in the bench press the bar doesn't go straight back up. They slightly push it back.
Yeah, that's the way it's got to go. You know, you come down straight and you kind of go up and back in a rotary motion
Yeah,
back
it's got to come
towards
back a little bit.
towards the rack.
So Tomoko Akagawa for 107.5. Well, I think this might actually be a personal best as well. So,
It is her best right now so far is 100 kilos.
so many people in both men and women coming to these international events and smashing their personal bests.
Yeah, we're seeing more and more of that, people opening with personal bests, even experienced lifters like Akagawa.
Oh, a little of a bobble in the middle there. Let's see what the referees say.
Let's see, though.
Yes.
There you go. And
That's
that's
the 2 whites and the 1 red for a little bit of a bobble there.
definitely called it. Let's see it on the instant replay here.
Just a little bobble on one side.
Yeah, it's a bobble, but I don't know if the bar dipped or not. Anyway, it's 2-1, so
Yep, and that's why we
doesn't
have
matter.
the 3 referees. Mia Engrenius from Sweden, 107.5.
You know, and again, for you out there, if you are training and competing and you do a lift that's kind of on the edge like that, you're going to get calls that are on the edge, and that's what happened there. 2-1, she still got the lift.
And that's
a good lift
on
right
the
there.
board at 107.5. And now Marcella from Finland, 120 kilograms.
And we'll start the third round. The bar is loaded, Marcela. 120 kilos. Louise Edwards, prepare yourself. You are the next
120 kilograms to end out round 2 of their bench press. Having to work pretty hard there. She didn't get the speed off the chest that she wanted, but she managed to push through.
She did. She definitely did. Now, what does she do right here? Does she go? Her Masters world record was set at European Powerlifting Championships last year at 125. Where does she go? Does she go?
It's a tough call. I mean, that was a tough lift, that one. She had
Yeah.
to work pretty hard. She used a lot of energy.
And she's got to go 127.5 to break it. Because
Yeah,
she
but you can't chip the bar.
can't
It's
chip
an-
the Masters
it's
record here.
An
So
open competition, so a Masters record can't be chipped.
she's got to go on the full 2.5 kilos. So the choice is, all right, she went for 122.5, try to pick up that 2.5 kilos. Smart. Very smart
Yeah,
there.
I don't think there was a whole lot left in the tank. Louise Edwards from Great Britain, 72.5 kilograms, missed this on her second lift. Just got a little bit of line, lost all the tightness, elbows popped out. That looks better. She's having to work just a little bit
Nah,
too
a little bit
much.
too much.
Certainly looked better on the descent there and got a lot more speed off the chest, but just couldn't quite push through, especially on that left-hand side, which is a little bit too much.
But again, in Sandvik's case, you know, made the 120 look hard instead of going, saying, you know, they trained. You know, she and Ken trained for her to come in and exceed her existing
Absolutely.
world record. That had to be the decision. But it would be foolish to try and put that on the bar.
Yeah, and so they've gone plan B.
Yeah.
Emma Goodwin from Great Britain, 85 kilograms, nailed 75, nailed 80. Can she smoke the 85 as well? Oh, she's working hard. It looks like that bar's dipped on the right-hand side and she gets racked. She's not unhappy with that, though. She knew it was going to be tough.
80 kilos in bench press, okay? 92.5 kilos.
Sandrine Quignalden from Sweden, 92.5 kilograms. And I'm sure in a second she's going to take the platform. We'll hear the crowd behind us. And we certainly can. And this is a personal best for her of 92.5 kilograms. .5 kilograms on the bar. And this was a smart move. She hit 85 for over, jumped 5 kilos in 90 to a second, and just a 2.5 kilo to a third. And that was the perfect example of the bar coming back and around.
Coming right
Watch
back.
the replay of this. This is a perfect example. You can really see
The bar
that
goes down
J shape of the bar.
pretty much straight and then goes up
There it is.
and back into the rack. Boom.
Absolutely spot on.
Now, if your technique is spot on, the bar actually glides to lockout. You don't have to press it to lockout. If you are pressing your bench press to lockout, your technique is not solid. You need to learn.
You really got to
have
work
that.
on it. And technique in bench press can make all the difference. Once you get that technique perfected, you go from muscling through everything to all of a sudden you can feel that bar gliding. Right now we've got Trine Bagger from Denmark, 102.5. Missed it on her second. And it just a little bit too much. Great work from the spotters there. These guys have been working hard all day. It's a tough job up there on the platform, spotting and loading. You're shifting around so much weight. So 102.5 stays in the bar for Jessica Reyes from Mexico.
You know, she's having a tough day. I think she just got her opener in the squat, so she really wants to come in here and nail this.
Yeah,
nail
she's
this
made
100 kilo here.
They've made some smart choices on her bench press as well. 95 to 100, then a little 2.5 kilo jump to the third. Nope, something's not right. Removing the wrist straps. Not happy with the wrist straps on there. Looks like they were cutting off the circulation a little bit too much. And she came off the platform to that, so you can only adjust your belt on the platform. And she gets in there with a star command with just a few seconds to, and it's a little bit too much for her.
No, a little bit too heavy for Jessica. We will put 105 kilos on the bar for Miyabi.
So Miyabi Kikuchi from Japan, 105 kilograms.
It will be time out to do any changes in the openers in the third round. Sorry, the third group. And the bar is loaded for Miyabi. 105 kilos.
105 on the bar for Miyabi. And she has a great setup and great technique, and I think 105 should be a smooth lift for her. Let's watch the descent. She's having to pull it through that shirt, but it's in the same spot every time. Gets the speed off the chest, gets it back to the top. She looks confident, she looks happy, and the referees are happy as well with 3 white lights, and it's on the board.
Very, very good.
Jump up to 112.5 now for Tomoko Nakagawa from Japan.
You know, and again, with Kikuchi's attempt, she just went 2.5 kilos.
Yep, 2.5
You're
kilos,
putting
2.5
2.5 on.
kilos, 2.5 kilos. So she adds that 5 kilos at the end there.
Right. And we're going to see that when the B comes out. We're really going to be interested to see where these attempts go. Because you have gold medals, you're going to have world record attempts in the bench press. It's going to be very, very tight and see. Whoever makes those most attempts, I'm saying, is probably going to win
we
this
talk about
championship.
consistency, and we saw it today as well, going 9 from 9, puts himself into a medal overall. All right, 1:12.5. Good speed. Gets a little bit stuck in the middle, but managed to get those triceps working and locks it out of the top. The 3 white lights, and it's on the board. And we'll stay at 1:12.5 for Mia Englenjes from Sweden. And you'll hear the Swedish crowd cheer when she takes the platform. For 1:12.5. Yeah, just a little bit too much there. Just didn't quite get the speed off the chest. Marcella Sandvik from Finland, 122.5. Making the very smart decision there. Knew the 120 was tough. I'm sure the original plan was probably to come and break her own record. But the 120 was a bit tougher than they expected.
I mean, you got to be smart, too, here.
And that was tough. Has she locked it out? I don't think she locked that out.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see what the referees say here. It's hard to tell. This is the better angle. No, exactly.
Gets the 2 red lights. You know, and you can be training for it, training for a record, but you come to an international event, you don't know how travel's going to affect you. You don't know how food's going to affect you. And everything changes on the day, and the coach has got to be ready with a plan B, plan C, and plan D. And we'll move straight into our second flight now of the 52 kilo class with Yi Ju Chao, Chinese Taipei, 65 kilograms. $65 kilos on the bar, and that was a super fast opening lift. If you blink, you'll miss it. Chiara Detrani from Italy, 80 kilograms.
You know, again, there's going to be some big moving here. We got to watch out and see what Saunikova Ochoa.
Yeah, we've seen
up top.
Some gates open and close in the squats, and the bench can make the difference. So this is where it can be won or lost. So right now, 80 kilos on the bar for Detrani from Italy.
Yeah, and again, they got to kind of watch it because Slopko, depending on what she tries to do in the bench press, Huang is waiting there in the wings to steal that bronze medal from her.
Yeah, it is anyone's game at the moment, isn't it?
Because Huang is a great deadlifter and could move onto the platform. So that's why these are so important. These
Great
attempts.
opening lift there from Chiara.
There you go, 3 white lights.
Super fast, 3 white lights. if you're watching this on the Olympic channel or on Facebook and you're enjoying the live action, a big shout out to Viva Media who make this production possible and these fantastic shots across the board. They are absolute consummate professionals at what they do and a fantastic broadcast. Right now, Juanita Najera from the US of A, 87.5. Now we talk about using up the time on the clock to set up. I like my athletes to hang on to a little bit of time up their sleeve just in case they get re-racked from the referee and have
100%.
to set something up. If you've only got 10 seconds left and you get re-racked, there's no time. But she absolutely smoked
Three white
that one.
lines. Yeah, you're going to see the better lifters are right at the chalk box, the magnesium. When bars calls loaded, they start right up the platform.
Yeah, you want to be out there as soon as possible. And we do see, especially in some of the inexperienced junior lifters, some of the inexperienced coaches, it'll be 50, 45 seconds left on the clock before they even get to the bench.
And I'll tell you something that's changed, because I watched from the stands the first session. It was interesting. It seemed like everybody was taking forever to get to the squat and the bench and everything on the first session. People were like, wow, it's such a long walk, and that's the problem. A slight change, like moving the magnesium from behind the door to the base
It certainly,
of the
certainly
ramp
it makes a
changed
difference.
Changed everything. Everybody is getting now to the platform with perfect time. That's why we were saying you have to react to the environment that you're in.
And Barbosa absolutely nails 95 kilograms. Vargas Vilma from Ecuador looking for 100 kilograms.
This is not about who is the strongest, physically strongest. A lot of times it's mental and it's your brains, what you do.
It is. It's a whole day of lifting. You can't just come out there and think, you know what, I'm the strongest, I can nail this. You have to plan out that whole day, 3 lifts each discipline. You want to make sure you've got something in the tank for those deadlifts, and you will sometimes see athletes opt out of their third attempt or lighten their third attempt on their bench press just to save that little bit of energy to make sure they can also do their best in the deadlift as well. There's no point putting on a great bench press if then you can't pull your deadlift. Certainly make short work of 100 kilograms.
Very good there.
And
Perfect.
I would expect no less.
And again, that's what Vilma has to do. She's the first of the big 3 to register an
She has
opener
to do
there.
her job.
And that's what she's trying to do.
Anastasia Ervianko from the Ukraine, 102.5.
But Derevyanko's up now, 102.5 kilo opener. Again, are we going to see that Vilma Ochoa trying to extend her own world record by half a kilo, taking a huge jump from 210 to 218.5? Is that going to cost her a shot at the gold medal here? Gold medal in the total.
We say that it can make all the difference, and playing that end game, wow, that was fast.
Now that's an opener.
That was an opening lift, 102.5.
Where is she going to go with that now?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see her put 7.5 or 10 kilos on that. Tatiana Shlopko from the Ukraine, 110. - 110 kilograms. Really getting that set up as tight as she can. She really wants to nail this opening lift. Doesn't want to make any silly errors. Oh, that shirt just fighting her. How she pulled that back, but she did, and she gets the 3 white lights. You can see that shirt just trying to pull her in the other direction.
Definitely. Absolutely. She had to fight
Somehow she
against
got that back.
The shirt does not do the lifting for you. You have to fight and battle.
It is a fight both ways, down and up.
And now you see that shot right there with the magnesium box, the chalk box being moved to the base of the platform so they can chalk there. Once bars call loaded, they're right there. So he's already headed up with 55 seconds, where the session before, they were down 20, 25 seconds before they got up to the platform.
Yan Su Hyung, Chinese Taipei, wants 115. And gets 115. That should be 3 white lights. And it is. We were talking earlier about how temperature affects the way you lift, the way you warm up. And it was quite hot and humid in here earlier, and they've turned the air on a little while ago, and all of a sudden it's quite cool in here. Natalia Nikova from Russia, 127.5. Really wants to put this opening lift on the board. Give everyone a bit of a shake-up. It is a big opening lift.
She's got to hit this thing here too.
Yeah, really important, this lift. Ooh, really having to work that line of the bar, but boy, it came out fast.
That's how easy it is right there for her.
Very easy one, and it's a good lift.
3 white lights are on the board.
Okay, we will start in the second round.
And now the action starts to heat up. We come around for round 2. Yu Chao, Chinese Taipei, 72.5 kilograms.
You know, and Ochoa jumped from 100 to 107.5. Right now, here's how close it is. Ochoa is down by based on opening attempt deadlifts and what's on the board already. She's down by 10 kilos at this point. Realize, you know, she could have made 5 of that up by going slightly lighter in the squat.
Had gone a little bit lighter in the squat, gaps a little bit less. Now she has to work on trying to make that back up again.
Right.
So she's sort of forced into that 7.5 kilo jump now in her bench. That may have been her plan originally. Yeah, or she may have been forced into a 107.5. Right now, Yu Chao, Chinese Taipei, 72.5 kilograms at a million miles an hour, straight back to the top. 3 white lights, and the Trani from Italy waiting in the wings there to hit 90 kilograms, just waiting for her bar to be loaded.
So Ochoa, right now, Sonikova made her 127.5. She put in 135. Her best is 140. Based on what we saw,
yeah, looking at that 127.5
shouldn't be a problem.
I wasn't surprised to see that 7.5 kilo increase.
But now you've got Ochoa put in from 100 to 107.5. She may be making a choice here that she really doesn't necessarily want to make.
Yeah, those decisions you make in each discipline can affect the decisions you have to make in the next discipline.
I mean, Vilma's best is 115 kilos. She set that here at the Open Championships in 2016. So, you know, her bench has been kind of stagnant for a while, sitting there. So
yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how fast 107.5 moves.
To see what comes up. I mean, she's got a shot at winning this, but right now, you know, if they both hit their seconds, that Solnikova's up by 17.5, right? 17.5.
Yeah, that gate gets a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger, doesn't it?
Man, 17.5 kilos.
Juanita Legera from US of A, 92.5 kilograms.
You know, and Ochoa, Slopko, and Sonakova are all right in the same neighborhood of deadlift.
Yeah,
right?
everyone's
in
just sort
terms
of nipping at each other's heels
right.
there.
You know, but the problem is you have Wang sitting there from Chinese Taipei, she's got a Scud missile of a deadlift, and she can pull something that's never been done before. So we kind of got to see what's going to happen here. Is she going to jump ahead of Slopko? Oh, that was easy right there by Juanita.
Juanita just got a little bit offline at the bottom, but got the press call and got the speed off the chest. You can see she just gets a little bit bouncy there, but manages to recover and push it up quite easily. Barbosa from Brazil, 100 kilograms.
You know, and again, you see there, been competing for 12 years. She's been around for a long time. She has matured a lot as an athlete and as a person too. I mean, obviously, I've been seeing her compete probably for about 10 of those 12
really
years.
Does make a difference on that platform.
Oh,
experience, maturity,
most definitely.
the decision making, the discussions you have with your coach.
You know, nervous system, your musculature itself, your joint integrity, and just your head and everything else coming into this.
She really had to work through the chest there.
Yeah.
Couldn't quite get the line, and she knew it. She actually made a very smart call there, waving it off.
You know,
spotters took it, not wasting energy on a lift that she knew she couldn't correct. Knew she was just going to waste energy.
You know, and here comes the issue now. So Ochoa, by taking that world record attempt and missing that world record attempt, instead of taking something a little bit lighter, now is putting herself in a position. She stands right now second. She was good at 100. She's trying 107.5. If she misses this, she hands the car key to Slopko for that bronze medal.
Yeah, if she misses this, that gate and that road just gets too big.
But then also, what does Slopko do? Does she take a shot at Ochoa? Because she's got Wang right behind her, ready to steal that bronze medal.
Do you protect that bronze medal, or do you go after the silver?
God, it's hard. So right now, Ochoa owns her own destiny right here. She hits this 107.5.
Oh, it was tough.
Looked like a bobble, but
let's see what the referee
was it a
say.
dip? There you go, 2-1.
She got two whites.
And again, you've got one of the greatest bench pressers in the history of the sport, Priscilla Ribic, as your chief referee there. She gave the blue card.
Light.
You and I agree with that. You know, but it's 2-1. Again, if you put up a marginal lift, you're going to get a marginal call like that. So she may have fought off Slopko for the bronze medal. We'll have to see what happens here with the third attempt. Anastasia's up now with 110 kilos.
110 on the bar. Anastasia Derevyanko from the Ukraine. Getting that position just right. You can see how tight they squeeze that bar, getting all those fast twitch fibers to respond.
You know, and again, Barbosa, who we just saw had missed, could knock Anastasia off. Right.
Great lift.
That puts a stranglehold there on her, on sixth place for her. But the issue becomes, and she's got probably a shot to go at fifth, but because Arena's having such a poor day today, she did not do well in the squat. She's kind of buried now in the bench press based on that. She doesn't look right in the face. You know, she doesn't look like herself.
Not the usual self.
No. And so it's changing now. Now Slopko's up, and again, hits this 115, puts herself in great stead for that bronze medal and to push on Ochoa to get into the silver medal position.
Yeah, and this is only a 5 kilo jump for Slopko. 115. This isn't a big jump for her on the bench press. Can she put herself in a position where she can actually start putting in the challenge and laying down the gauntlet?
Nah, and Ochoa only put in a 2.5 kilo jump, which was from 107.5 to 10.
That 107.5 was touch and go.
It was a little shaky.
It was tough.
Yeah. You know, and again, you'd rather have that 2.5 there than try for 5 and
Absolutely.
Miss it, because it becomes a big swing. It's not just what you could have made, it's what you could have lost, but it's also what the other person makes.
And it looks like she's handled 115 without any problems. 3 white lights.
Oh, perfect. Perfect there.
And now we look at Yen Zhu Hang from Chinese Taipei at 120, who is just trying to peg down for that bronze medal. And, you know, Slopko's got some decisions to make. Do I go after the silver medal? You know, or do I just protect that bronze medal? Puts you in a really tough position when you've got to protect the bronze, and you can't really take that big risk to go after the silver.
Yeah, so you've got Slopko sitting there. You know, she's looking ahead of herself, but she's also looking behind herself, right? So she's taking a 5-kilo jump. She went 5 from 110 to 115. Now she's putting in 120.
You look, and the way the 115 moved, I think it was a reasonable decision.
There you go, 3 white lights.
3 white lights as well. So
now, what does she do here? Does she just pace, or does she try to put in her attempt? Because she's lifting more than Slopko. Does she put in the attempt? Does she try to stay ahead of her? Obviously, she will. Slopko's only in at 120. But to try to make her make a mistake so she can make some hay here, it's going to be interesting to see what Yen Shida puts in.
She's in a really good position, in 4th position. She's not really risking a lot by putting in that extra number and trying to push for the mistake. Whereas Slopko is in the position where she's got the bronze. She can't really push too hard to force another mistake to go after the silver because she risks losing the bronze medal. So Natalia Zelnikova from Russia, 135. And this lift here could absolutely slam the door shut. Yeah, if she can put this lift on and a good solid third, she really just has to come out on the deadlift and do a job.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting. She makes this. I think she should. I mean, it's a 7.5-kilo jump to 127.5 with smoke.
140.
Best is 140.
And she did. Look, she just absolutely nailed that 135.
Yeah.
Still looking like a warm-up.
Now here becomes an issue because she's done such solid work here. All right. She has an opportunity to take a shot at the world record in the bench press. Be interesting to see if she loads that or not.
Yeah, look, and I think with the difference here and Vargas going for 110, I think she's in a position where she can have a bit of a shot at it. That 135 sort of put her in a position where she just has to do a job on deadlift, even if she doesn't get a third.
Yeah, and it becomes an issue here. Now what we're looking at going in the thirds here with Slopko and Ochoa. Ochoa's in at 120. At 120, Ochoa in at 110. Slopko makes it. All right? So she would be, if she makes it, she's at 475. If Ochoa misses her attempt, she's down. There you go. So Selnikova put in 140. I'm thinking that's probably the world record.
Chow, 75 kilograms and gets the 3 white lights. Yeah, so she's playing the safe game. She wants that big total at the end. She wants to guarantee herself a world championship and slam the door shut on everyone else.
But again, right now, you know, Slopko makes her third. Ochoa misses her second. Vilma, by virtue of taking that big attempt at 218.5 in the deadlift, in the squat, becomes a huge issue for her. And that's why we're saying missing those third attempt squats really puts tremendous pressure on your third attempt deadlift. Right now, Detrani's up 95 kilos.
95 kilos on the bar. Chiara Detrani from Italy. Oh, great speed off the chest. Handled that like a true champion. If you watch the replay here, you can see those wrists twist around and fire it off the chest.
Wow.
That was absolutely fantastic. There's a lot to come from that young lady.
Oh, yeah.
And next up, Juanita Najera from the US of A, looking for 95 kilograms as well. Yeah, that was a great example of firing it off the chest. You could just see her wrist cock around and absolutely smash it off the chest. Yeah, look, if Selnikova hits that 140 clean, it is going to be really tough for anyone. Oh, struggles to get it down to the chest cleanly, and you can see how much trouble that's given her. She just couldn't get that clean line down to the chest. You can see in the replay here, just gets out of line. Elbows fold under and puts herself in an awkward position. So Barbosa up for 100 kilograms now. Missed this on her second attempt. Really wants to put it on the board.
Yeah, she just has not looked like herself, even just coming out.
Yeah, even her walk out to the platform is just doesn't have that look of confidence or that real look of determination.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen her every year. I think she missed 1 year, but I've seen her every year since 2012. And when she walked out for the squad, I almost didn't recognize her. That there was that much difference in her
it's
countenance.
quite different, and you can see she's really struggling to get the bar path there. Yeah,
No,
and just couldn't quite
it's
get
one
the
of those
line.
days. There's an injury. There's something. I mean, David Coimbra, coach, you see, is not.
And you can
he's not
see
upset. He's just
neither of
kind
them
of
are
shaking his
overly
head.
upset about it.
No. We'll see David in the 93 kilos. Got a shot at winning the world championship. Has before, correct? Yeah.
So I think so, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he has.
So Vargas Vilma looking at 110 now.
So this is where we're starting to come into these bench presses. That you got these next 5 bench presses are really the 5 who are at the top.
Look, and you can really see by their choices of what they've done for the third attempts that their third attempts are really important. Often lifters put in a third attempt. It's a bit of a Hail Mary. It's a bit of a shot at something they really want.
Yep.
They've actually been quite conservative because these third lifts are going to mean so much when it comes to the deadlift.
Very, very, very smart. Vilma needs to make this to hang on
And that
to the
107.5
silver.
was tough. But that looked better than the 107.5.
And again, the shirt wasn't adjusted well.
Yeah.
They probably wanted to go 112.5, right? Or maybe even 115, but I'd say probably 112.5. They were much smarter, especially based on what the 107.5
She
looked,
certainly just
going
made
to 2.5.
a lot tougher
Yeah.
Flopco to peg down for the bronze medal.
Yeah. Now she's put tremendous pressure on Slopko to take that silver from her. She's got to hit this 120, and right now, Anastasia Devrianko is up 115 kilos. She's standing in 6th place right now.
Anastasia Devrianko from the Ukraine, 115 kilograms.
Let me tell you something. We're going to see some work in this deadlift in the 52 kilo
It is
classes.
going to come down. You were going to see changes. You were going to see it come down to that last lift.
And I'm predicting we're going to see a world attempt deadlift by somebody trying to go over the top and do something here.
It's the only way they're going to get over the top.
Yeah.
Anastasia. And absolutely fires it back up for 115, but did you ever have any doubt?
No, not at all. Not at all. It was beautiful.
Now, Tatiana Shlopko from the Ukraine now, 120 kilograms, and really wants to put this on the board to make sure she protects that third position.
Right. This again will narrow the gap to 10 kilos. If she misses this, then Ochoa has a 15-kilo lead into deadlift.
And she's in one of the toughest positions here. She's in the bronze medal position overall in predicted totals. But they're so close behind her chasing down that bronze medal, she can't risk challenging for the silver.
Yeah, if she misses this and then Wang makes
it just
hers,
opens the door.
5 kilos are keeping Wang then off the bronze medal position going into deadlift. And Wang's someone who could come out and pull a world record deadlift.
And she's got it back to the top.
Let's see what the referees say. Wow, the Ukrainian coach is excited. There you go.
Yeah, she gets that one on the board. She really had to fight for it, though.
That is massive. Absolutely massive.
Now, Yen Zhu Hung needs to put the 125 on the board to stay in this battle for the bronze medal.
Now, here becomes the issue for Wang. Here's how fast this stuff changes. If she misses this, it leaves her at 460. Detrani, who's an amazing deadlifter, as good as Wang, maybe even a tiny bit better.
Yeah, all of a sudden the door opens for that fourth position.
And then she's only 10 kilos off leading into the deadlift.
We're going to see some action in the deadlift, because if Yara misses this, all of a sudden the door opens for Schlopko to actually take a run at that silver medal.
Exactly.
Without risking that bronze.
It's amazing what goes on just in a few lifts.
And she's
wow.
got it.
There you go. There you go.
And she needed to get that.
All right. So she kind of solidifies her hold there on, now she's 15 kilos ahead of Detrani.
Yeah, she's put the screws on Schlopko now that she can't go after that. If Schlopko wants to go after that silver medal, she's going to have to wait to that last deadlift. So Natalia Zelnikova from Russia, 140 kilograms. An absolute monster lift.
And also, too, you look here, she's not going after the world record. Could she hit it? Has she had it? Yes, but she just wants to go there because there's something else that's coming into play here. Zelnikova is that great a lifter, and her day is going that well. This will leave her at subtotal of 345 with a prognosis after opening attempt deadlifts of 505. That puts her into position to possibly be best female lifter of the meet.
Absolutely. And, we've said today that the Russian team has been playing the long game all day.
Right.
And that was a good decision. That was a tough 140.
Right.
I think the world record might have been a little bit far to reach today.
A little bit.
And they have been. They've been playing the long game all day for the World Championship, for best lifter. That's what they've been after. And I'll tell you, it is going to come down to that last lift for these top three positions.
Look at that board right there. Look at how few misses there were until you got the third attempts. And even look at what a percentage third attempts were made.
And in those top three.
We lost our monitors. That's fine.
Oh, do you have any? Could you have? Who's that? I'm saying no. Eh?
Welcome back to all the action in Halmstad, Sweden, for the IPF World Open Powerlifting Championships in 2018, and what a session this is shaping up to be. We are a little over a minute and a half away for the deadlift action, and it is heating up in the 47s and even more in the 52s, those top three positions, particularly 4, 3 and 2 are going to be an absolute battle and come down to that last lift. And right now we've got action just about to take off from the 47 kilo, and a great shot of those Alico plates there, one of the fantastic sponsors. And we are in Halmstad, Sweden, the home of Alico, right near the Alico headquarters, where they make this beautiful equipment, and the Alico training center there as well. Have stood behind the IPF for so long and have helped and been such a big part of making powerlifting what it is. We are also broadcasting live on the Olympic channel for the first time in history. So you can see that at the olympicchannel.com. So olympicchannel.com, check it out. Watch it on your smart TV, watch it on your iPhones, watch it on your iPads, watch it on any device you can get your hands on, but don't miss the action here as we take you through all the live action as it heats up. And of course, our other major sponsors, Uplift, fantastic online coaching platform where only the best coaches are, and SBD, makers of the absolute finest equipment on the planet. And we are 15 seconds away from all the action. Big shout out, of course, to the spotters and loaders who are working so hard up there, and the referees that come, and a lot of the time in their own pocket, to put into this sport and make it what it is. And we are underway here for the 47 kilo deadlift. Anja Schreiner from Germany, 120 kilograms. You can see she wears her belt high and backwards for her deadlift, just allowing her enough room to actually get down into the sumo deadlift position. And a great opening lift, 120, and she's pretty happy with that, with 3 white lights. Malin Karlsson from Sweden, who had a tough day in the office on squats and not registering a squat, but came back out in the bench press and now is back for the deadlift as well. 24 years of age. 125 on the bar. And she has certainly wiped off the squats. Probably a little tougher than what you'd want for an opening lift, but she gets it to the top.
Okay.
And she puts it on the board with 3 white lights.
Okay. We'll put
And Stephanie Lagarde from France looking for 140 kilograms.
Guys, I don't know if you've been watching, but you know, this is going to turn out to be a historic session. We've seen a lot of them together, Gary, in the last few years.
We have managed to witness, I think, history at every time. And every time we say it just doesn't get better than this, and then this happens, and it does get better. And that's one of the great things about powerlifting, is it just keeps getting better and better.
Now, what we might see happen here, you know, Wadari took that, as everybody knows, they've been watching at home, following us, that Wadari took that world record bench press of 141, so she's got an extra kilo to play with there. So unless they can get a world record deadlift attempt on there, they cannot use anything less than 2.5. So to beat her, that 1 kilo is actually worth 2.5 kilos.
Can make the difference, and Stephanie Lagarde there just couldn't quite get the 140 moving. Sidakova from Russia, 145. Currently sitting in 3rd position on predicted totals. And she'll be looking to try and make up a little bit of ground to try and peg down 2nd and handles that easily.
It was an easy one, and it's a good lift. 3 white lines. Okay.
Mei Hang Lu from Chinese Taipei, 145.
And the bar is loaded. Come on, Mei Jiang. Fukushima, Japan, next lifter.
145 on the bar.
She's standing in 6th place right now. She hits this opener here.
Yeah, and this is where we see them start jostling for positions throughout this group. Even 4th, 5th, and 6th are going to be trying to improve their position.
Yeah, I mean, Wadari and Fukushima can kind of take control of their positions, hitting their openers. They're kind of in charge, but then what's going to happen? Is everybody going to fight like we're talking about is going to happen in the 52-kilo class? Or are you going to get sniped from behind by doing something else? And they kind of settled it a little bit in the bench press.
Yeah, look, and the coaches have to be watching in front and in behind, and just making sure they're considering every aspect. You know, you want to try and move up position, but you don't want to risk the position you've got either. So Fukushima from Japan, 150 on the bar. Now, she just wants to really do her job on the deadlift. You know, she's currently sitting in a very, very good position.
I mean, she hit that massive 190. It was a world record squat. Was that? Yeah. And so, you know, she was very conservative in the bench. She hit it. She left some on the platform. She's probably going to do the same thing here and just pace herself and win that world championship. That's the important thing when you're coming here. Not personal best, not anything else. In Fukushima's position, one of the greatest of all time, it's finishing off another world championship.
Absolutely, and you don't want to be risking world championships. When you're in this sort of position,
now
you're playing a smart game. Go out, do your job on deadlift. If you get to your 3rd lift and you're completely safe, have a crack, that's fine, but protect that position all the way through.
Yeah, and the other thing is, here's the difference, too, with records. I mean, this is a very basic way to look at it, simplistic, but world record, somebody tomorrow, if there's another national meet, hits it,
That's right. You don't own the world
look
record
up the record,
anymore.
you don't own the world record. But no one can ever take away a 2018 Open World Championship in the IPF.
That's
that
right.
will always be on the books. It will always show there. Right now, Hayakawa's up 155 kilos.
155 kilos on the bar. And making it look easy. And 3 white lights. Wadari from Indonesia, 160, and wants to put this one on the board. Currently in predicted totals in 2nd position. The consistency could put her in a position to pull for a gold medal at the end, but she wants to make sure she protects that silver medal as well.
Yeah, and this is huge here. This will put her at a 461 again, having that world record bench press in the books at 141. Put her at 461, kind of in solid control of that 2nd position, but not by much.
And that was a good opening lift, and places it back down ever so gently.
There you go. All right, and seeing where 2nd attempts are going to go for these lifters is important. Sidakova was good at 145, jumped to 155, so it's 10 kilos.
Yeah, 10 kilos in an equipped deadlift isn't a huge jump,
Right.
even at this weight class.
Fukushima took 150, which is very conservative. She just wanted to get something on the board. She put on 162. So 162, she makes that.
And we said, you know, she needs to come out and do her job.
She's in it
She's
487
put that opening
and a
lift
half.
on the board
Right.
without any problems whatsoever. She's in a really good position now.
And remember, she only took a 2.5 kilo jump from her 2nd to her 3rd bench.
Playing it safe.
And here's where it comes in. So she's only needing to take a 12.5 kilo jump 1st to 2nd in deadlift. Wadari is taking a 15 kilo jump. If they both make it, they're at
It certainly makes
They're
a difference,
within
doesn't it?
11 kilos of each other, yep.
Anja Schreiner from Germany, 127.5.
You know, so that's where taking that 2.5 kilo jump is important. 5, she could have turned it on her head, and she would be in really horrible position right now if Wadari would make that second deadlift.
And has no problems there with 127.5 and puts it on the board.
Yep.
Carlson with 130 and has certainly improved her day after the horrible start she had on squats.
And I am a Malin Carlson fan after today. Carlson fan.
Yeah, she has
after
been
today.
absolutely outstanding.
Unbelievable.
To get back out there takes courage, takes guts, takes conviction.
You know, and she could have fallen apart after that squat, but she's just shown a blum all day so far, you know, in the bench press to come back and actually have a smile doing it.
And her second deadlift looked easier than her opening deadlift.
Oh, yeah.
And she is walking off like she's on a mission. Stephanie Lagarde from France, 140 kilograms, missed this on her opening lift. Needs to put this on the board to hang on to that 6th position. Otherwise, Schreiner is going to try and sneak in behind and take 6th away.
Yeah. You know, so we just saw Carlson come in there and hit that 130. Watch Stephanie Lagarde.
She's really struggling with that
Wow.
weight, but she gets it up there somehow.
Wow.
And gets it on the board.
Man,
3
had to
white
take
lights.
that twice, and that was sketchy. I mean, where does she go from there?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to throw 142.5 or 145, but I wouldn't be looking to go too much more than that.
I mean, she's kind of locked in the. I mean, you know, again, unless Schreiner does something crazy, Lagarde's kind of locked in there. But it'd be interesting to see what goes in there. And these second attempts, excuse me, these second attempts are going to work out to be absolutely huge.
Sidakova for 155. She wants to put this one on the board.
You know,
maybe put herself in a bit of a position to do something crazy in that last lift.
Well, I think she hopes. I mean, the best thing that might happen. Wow! Oh my
just
goodness!
Can't hang on to it. Did she get the down command in time?
No, she didn't even. She wasn't erect either.
Couldn't lock it out. Couldn't hold the bar.
Yeah, she didn't get. I don't think she got the down command either.
So she will be looking to hang on to that bronze medal position overall.
I mean, you can see there plainly knees not
couldn't
locked.
lock the knees.
Shoulder, and you know,
the shoulders back.
That's a shame. You know, that kind of leaves her there in bronze medal position.
Yeah, she's in the bronze medal position. Probably doesn't give herself a chance to challenge for that silver now, but
not at all.
Yeah, a bronze medal at the World Championship event like this at this standard is absolutely superb.
Now think again. This is how razor edge this is. This is how fine this is. If Wadari misses, right now Sidikova's at 460. If Wadari misses, she stands at 461. Razor's edge,
right
man.
Down to the end, and Meihang Liu just couldn't quite get a handle on 160. Fukushima from Japan at 162.5 now. Now she is in a solid overall first position.
Oh, yeah.
But wants to put this one on the board to then see where she can go for a third lift. And a 150 was a very easy, conservative opening lift, and it was a very smart move in
very
the
much
position
so.
she was in.
In the goal position for the moment, the total. So this is a very important lift.
So let's see how 162.5 moves.
And this is well under her personal best. I mean, all she's trying to do is win the championship at this point.
Yeah, and she knows she's got that one.
Now, that probably slams the door to gives her another world championship. And let's see.
Yeah,
she
so
took a
that-
12.5 kilo jump. Let's see what she does next.
That should pretty much close the door in first position, but it's powerlifting. Anything can happen. Hayakawa from Japan, 167.5
Next lifter.
for a world junior total record. This will give her a world junior total record of 430 kilograms.
More importantly, we'll move her in the first place in the deadlift.
167.5. Her opening lift at 155 was quick and smooth. Takes that big breath in. Stands it up.
There you go.
Gets
There's
a quick
your world
down
record.
command and has the world junior total record in the bag now. And Wadari now from Indonesia looking at 175.
Now, again, if she makes this, it puts her stamp. It puts her 16 kilos ahead of Sidakova, with Sidakova with a miss in this round.
And that certainly hurt Sidakova.
Now, if she misses this,
Yeah, could just leave
Sidakova,
the door open for Sidakova to make a big pull to finish.
if Wadari misses this, Sidakova, I'm sorry, she's only 1 kilo ahead of Sidakova.
Yeah, and you can see Sidakova's put in a 155 for her third attempt. She has 2 changes on that. And we'll wait and see what happens when we get into third lifts.
Yeah, she's not staying there, so let's see what happens. Wadari was very good with her opener, now 175. At least she's making...
And that should be 3 white lights.
So there you go.
Down gently again, and it
There's
is
a
3
16.
white lights.
Now you see where that miss by Sidakova was just so absolutely huge, is that Wadari is 16 kilos ahead. Had Sidakova made that 155, which she's made dozens of times in competition, she would only be 6 kilos out.
And now she's sort of in a position where she really can't take a Hail Mary. And right now, Anja Schreiner from Germany, 132.5.
Yeah, Fukushima's only going 170, 7.5 kilo jump. She's just trying to
doesn't
put
need to do anything else. World
stamp on
champion, gold medal overall is what she's after.
Yep.
Anja Schreiner, 132.5.
And the bar is loaded for Anja Schreiner. Next lifter, Molly Colson.
Looks like she is on a mission for this one. Oh, she's had to work to lock it out, but she gets it to the top with a big smile on her face.
She knows. She
And
knows.
it's the 3 white lights.
It's been a great day for Anja.
Carlson from Sweden, 137.5.
Colson, Sweden.
Be nice to see her finish the day on 3 from 3 on the deadlift.
Unbelievable. I mean, we're coming into a hardcore finish right here. I mean, it's kind of slowed down, but Sidakova's kind of sitting in really bad position here. She can't really do much to try to get that silver. I mean, Wadari hitting that 175 kind of slammed the door on that, but Wadari, does she take a shot at Fukushima? Does she make Fukushima take something crazy and make a change in the deadlift? But Wadari has last pull over Fukushima,
And
right? Because she's a better deadlifter.
it looks like 137.5 was just a little bit too much for Carlson today, but she has been absolutely fantastic to watch. Stephanie Lagarde from France, 145. Which is an injury. The 140 she missed on her opener. 140 on a second attempt was tough. I said 142, 145, and I was sort of thinking more 142.5, but let's see how she goes.
You said 142, and I agree with 142.
Hopefully she can prove me wrong.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna. I don't know. Just that there's not much change you can make in equipped squat and equipped bench. You can get buried and then
deadlift
come back
there's
and hit
not really
it.
much room to move
Deadlift
to
does
do
not
anything.
happen like that. No, you're not going to adjust the suit and something's going to fly.
And it's just a little bit too much.
Man, there we go. All right, but she's had a good day. I mean,
Okay, 150 55 kilos on the bar.
All right, so now Sidakova for 155. Missed this on our opener. We've seen her hit 155 a million times. But you never know what international competition is going to do to you. You've got travel, you've got food, everything changes, environment can really change the way you lift.
That miss at the 155, she's probably going to smoke this here, which is kind of a Pyrrhic victory because, all right, she's going to get the bronze, but she's going to sit there. Man, if I'd made this easy attempt, then I would have been in position to steal this silver medal from Wadari. Instead, Wadari gets free reign to hunt Fukushima.
And this is your bronze medalist. And she just couldn't
see what the referee say. That was a little,
yeah, just couldn't
a little
lock
bit
it
sketchy.
again.
Just not her day.
But she is
Not
going
her
to go
day.
home as a bronze medalist for the World Championship event.
160 kilos on the bar. 1604.
You know, and right now, again, we'll keep watching to see if any changes come in. But you got Wadari at 185 and Fukushima at 170. Fukushima stands in first place in the total. She'll be at 495 if she makes her third. Right now, she stands at 487.5. And now here's where it comes in. She stands at 487.5 at this moment. If Wadari hits her, if Fukushima misses, Wadari stands at 486.
That's right. Right now.
So that's how fragile, again, this is.
Mei Hang Lu looking for 160. Missed her second attempt at 160.
But, you know, again, Wadari being the best deadlifter in this class in the world, she can sit back and wait and see what Fukushima does.
And 160, just a little bit too much. So now we move to Fukushima at 170. She needs to put this on the board to make sure Wadari doesn't have the opportunity. This is a world M1
Deadlift and total
record.
I'm telling you, she is one of the greatest, and that's why.
This is a huge way to finish the day. World record deadlift, world record total.
So she hits this here, this world record deadlift will cap off a great day for her.
Yeah, if she hits this in the bag, it closes the door really for Wadari to really take a Hail Mary.
Well, and puts Wadari in position to really hit a huge world record attempt to win, and she's got to do it.
But if she misses this,
the door is wide
opens
open.
Up.
If she misses this, Wadari will change immediately.
Absolutely. And you probably see the coach not far away.
She will make a change.
Remembering the deadlift, you're allowed 2 changes, and you're allowed to make those changes right up until bar loaded is called. I think she's got it up, and she has.
There you go. And that's a champion right there, doing
right
just
there.
enough. Now,
world record
it's hard to say.
deadlift, world record total for M1, and at this stage, unless Wadari can do something absolutely miracle, she'll be a world champion as well.
You know, and it's interesting we're saying, well, she did just enough to win. Just enough to win is world record total, world record deadlift.
And now we've got another world record attempt, world junior deadlift, world junior total from Katomi from Japan.
Guys, we didn't sell you magic beans when we said there's going to be a fight here.
We've got to stop saying it doesn't get better than this.
We say that every session, and
he just gets better.
You know, this is my second year with you. God, it's only 2 years. We've only known each other a year.
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, hon. But anyway, what did you get me, by the way? But anyway,
a seat in the commentary box.
175 kilos, and a warm seat it is here.
175 for a world junior deadlift and world junior total record.
Let me tell you right now, Wadari has put in 197.5, a massive jump. But right now, Hayakawa is going for the junior world record deadlift and total.
And it's a little too heavy. And I'll
Hey,
tell you, this is a smart move from Wadari. She's got nothing to lose.
Right.
Her silver medal is secure. Can't lose it. So we'll take a crack at a world record to go for gold.
Now here's what I don't understand. Like, if I'm looking here, right now Fukushima stands at 495. Why is Wadari trying to take an attempt that'll leave her at 498.5? Why is she
She
taking
doesn't need that much.
3.5 kilos too much? And now I don't know.
Well, we're about to find out.
This will be a new
She's on the platform looking for a world record. This could be the upset of the week. Fukushima was pretty solid in first position. If Wadari can pull this is a huge upset.
But again, she's putting Wadari. Remember I said that extra 2.5 kilos in the bench press that Fukushima took? That may be the difference here.
And it's too much.
No way. No way.
Yeah, and it was certainly a Hail Mary. So Fukushima takes out that World Championship gold medal that no one can ever take away now.
And again, that's where that 2.5 kilos, she had way more than 2.5 kilos, Fukushima, in there. But she is a world champion. Her coaches are amazing. She has great technique. She's got nerves of steel, and she knew that 2.5 kilos would force Wadari to make an attempt that she couldn't possibly get, and that's exactly what we saw here.
And now we move straight into the 52 kilos for more action. If you think that was exciting, it's about to get even more exciting in the 52 kilos. We start off with Miyabi from Japan at 125. And it just gets better and better. Straight to the top with that one. No mucking around at 125. Thank you very much. We'll put it in the bank.
And it's a good lift. Great start for Miyabi. We will put 130 kilos on the bar.
So Jessica Reyes from Mexico looking now for 130.
And the bar is full.
You know, the interesting thing will be in the 52 kilos, will a lifter from this A group, from this first group, take a medal in the deadlift? And it could happen. Very likely could happen.
Right now, Jessica Reyes 130 and just couldn't quite manage that one. Just got it off the ground but couldn't keep it going. Louise Edwards from Great Britain, 135 kilograms.
And the bar is loaded. Come on, Louise. She will be followed by Kagawa, Japan.
And she is having an absolutely fantastic day today. Straight to the top. Puts it back down.
There you go.
Thank you very much. I will have 135.
Okay?
Tomoko Akagawa from Japan, 137.5.
And the bar is loaded. Come on, Tomoko. Sandvik, Finland, next lifter.
You know, it's interesting. I looked up 47 kilos. The world record in the deadlift was 186. She did not, Wadari did not have to take that attempt.
Did not have to go quite that big. And that extra few kilos might have been the difference.
I mean, never pull anything more than exactly what you need to win this meet. And I don't know, maybe I'm not seeing something in the scores, but you and I saw this. I mean, math is math, right? So I'm not
Yeah, it
sure.
was certainly a bigger call than she needed. Tomoko Akagawa from Japan, 137.5.
Well, I'll tell you tonight,
Gets that to the top. 3 white lights.
I'm going to have myself a nice steak dinner tonight, a little glass of the brown, and sit there and go over the results and try to figure out what was there. Did I miss
What
something?
they saw that we didn't see.
Did I miss something? Yeah, I don't know. Here's Marcella Sandvik.
140 kilograms on the bar.
I mean, she attempted that Masters world record. Coach Ken Sendovic has also been a world record holder in the bench press. He's a great lifter in his own right.
Probably a little slower than what you'd really want for an opening lift, but never really looked in doubt. And gets the 3 white lights.
Okay, 145 kilos on the bar for
And if you wonder, this is an interesting sport in that the officials in the sport, a good portion of them are active lifters, and not just active, but great lifters. So if you think referees in the sport don't know what they're doing, our chief referee, Priscilla Ribic, is the reigning world record holder in the deadlift in the 72 kilo class with 249 last year in Pilsen. Both of us saw that.
Yeah, so those people reffing know exactly what they're doing up there. And Sandrine from Sweden hitting 145. And Mia Ingrenius from Sweden now looking for 150. And the Swedish crowd gets bigger and bigger every time someone from Sweden comes out. I'm not sure if there's more of them or they're just clapping and making more noise.
A lot more noise now.
But 150 kilos on the bar for Mia. 20 years of age, only a couple of years competing under a belt, and already at an open international event.
Yeah, the interesting thing with this A group here is that there are some really young lifters that are really coming up. That was an easy opening attempt.
Yeah, look, if you're in this weight class in the top of your game, you're looking at these young lifters coming through and thinking, geez, in a couple of years I'm going to be in trouble. Emma Goodwin from Great Britain, 167.5. Just smidge under her personal best.
She competes both classic and equipped.
And I think if she puts this one on the board, that will give her a personal best total. I think her best ever total was 397.5. And here we are at 167.5 to put this on the board. And it looks like she's handled that well, and she has with 3 white lights.
Absolutely brilliant.
Schreenberger from Denmark, 172.5. $172.5 on the bar. Oh, a little bit shaky there, but she gets it to the top and gets the 3 white lights.
3 white lights to lift. Okay, 130 kilos on the bar for Jessica Reyes.
So we come round now for the second round of this first group of 52s. Jessica Reyes from Mexico, missing her opener at 130. Now having to redeem that.
Just not a good day. Made 1 for 3 in the squat. I wasn't sure what.
Yeah, it just hasn't
what
quite
happened.
been.
Yeah, the bench. She was she 1 for 3 in the bench too?
Yeah,
No, she opened
for
at 90.
3
Yeah,
on the
2 for
bench.
3. She opened at 90. She had 100. So now, and it was again, just sketchy.
That certainly looked
way
a lot
easier,
better.
Way easier.
That was much
There we go. That's back on the board now.
Okay, 135 kilos on the bar for Miyabi Kikuchi, Japan. And the bar is loaded for Miyabi.
135 kilos now for Miyabi Kikuchi from Japan. Had a good opening lift at 125. certainly no problem with 135.
That is awesome.
And it's a good lift.
This is an awesome second attempt. I mean, we're seeing, by and large, I mean, we've criticized some of the attempt selection, but by and large, I mean, we agree spot on pretty much with most of the attempts that are in there.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's such a hard thing to do in an international event. It's really easy to sit at home. It's really easy to sit here and say, oh, you should have done this, you should have done that. But it's so hard to manage your competition in an international event.
No doubt.
These got people that come from all over the world. You've had a change of environment. You've got jet lag. You've got a change of food. It's so difficult to manage. And Louise Edwards, Great Britain, 145.
And it's a good lift.
And it is
Really
three
easy for
white
Louise.
lights.
She had a great day squatting. She had a little bit of problem in the bench. I mean, the bench is not her lift.
Well, I think overall she has had an absolutely fantastic day today.
And she just come out here. She smoked that 135 opener, got the 145 second, so she's in great stead here. And now Marcela Sandovic's up now, 145 kilos.
145 on the bar. The 140 was a little slow, but it certainly wasn't in doubt. But the 145 just a little too much.
Something went wrong. To come back. Okay.
And
Here
145
comes the replay for you guys.
Gamma, Japan.
Just didn't.
just looked like she was mistiming the knees and her back and her upper chest there. So Tomoko Akagawa from Japan, 147 and a half. Taking her time getting set up. 147 and a half.
So this will tie her personal best that she set last year in Pilsen.
She gets it to the top. Did she lock that hip properly? And she did.
Yep.
Three white lights.
Three white lights there.
Okay. 152.
Sandrine from Sweden, 152 and a half.
And Sandovic's passing, like we kept saying, she just doesn't look right today.
Yeah,
so
and
she's
that 145 just didn't look right.
Wasn't going to happen.
And
it's
she
a smart
has
thing.
opted out of the third lift.
I mean, she's in 14th place. She's been a competitor for a long time.
Yeah, certainly. Look, 145, a third pull isn't going to make a difference and move her up into a bronze medal position.
No, not at all. Now, I mean,
So she's not going to risk making whatever's going wrong worse.
no, not saying Sandrine will pass her, but I mean, do you really want to pull to hang on to 14th place? You know, you have to live to fight another day.
It's a smart decision.
Right.
And obviously something's going on. She's not going to risk it.
Well, when you get to be a masters lifter too, you don't want to bang yourself
You
up.
want to prolong your career as long as you can. Mia Angrenius from Sweden, 155.
You generally don't ever get hurt on made attempts. It's those misses that start banging you up.
Yeah, I think it was a very, very smart decision, and it just shows maturity and experience in the sport. The last thing we want to see is athletes get injured.
Well, you got a smart athlete, you got a smart coach. That's what you do. You take what the day offers.
Ooh, a little bit tough there. Did we see a bit of a dip in the bar? And we did, but two white lights gives her the win, so that puts her on the board. Emma Goodwin from Great Britain, 180 kilograms.
You know, again, this is the classic lifter that they've gotten into equipped lifting.
Now, Emma Goodwin from Great Britain, her job title is an alpaca tracker.
It's almost an alliteration, isn't there? Alpaca
It's
tracker.
almost a Dr. Zeus book.
If you say it with your accent, alpaca tracker.
Alpaca tracker.
Gesundheit.
Emma Goodwin, 180 kilograms. And she works it all the way to the top.
Oh, she's a real fighter, and it came all the way up.
And she gets the 3 white lights.
Okay, 182.5 kilos.
Yeah, I'm very much impressed with her. And she's done mainly classic lifting. So she's getting into the gear.
It's great to see equipped lifting becoming so big again. Trin Bagger from Denmark, 182.5.
Tina is the last lifter in the second round.
I mean, it looks like this is her first international in gear, so that's pretty darn good for there. You know, when you disappeared for a moment, I almost thought to myself, the dingo got my announcer. All right, we're back with Trina Baggers up, 182.5 kilos.
And she gets that one, smokes it to the top.
It's an easy one. It came all the way up. It's a good lift, 3 white lights. Okay, we'll move over to the third round with 137.5 kilos.
Jessica Reyes is up now from Mexico.
137.5. The problem's been here that Elliot has confused my Australian accent with my Belarus accent.
I couldn't tell there was a difference.
It's very smooth. A 137.5 for Jessica Reyes.
Now, my question is, it's very smooth. Is it smooth like a Sunday morning?
Bar is loaded. Come on, Jessica.
All right, so Reyes missed her first at 130. It really was a little bit sketchy. She came back and got that second, and there she goes on her third. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
look, her second and third have looked a million times better.
It's an easy one.
really on all three attempts. The third attempt squat was not there,
I
but
think, look at that first deadlift, we just mistimed things. Yeah, and we know with deadlift, particularly the equip, you mistime that. It's just not going to move. Miyabi Kikuchi from Japan, 150 kilograms. And the bar's loaded at 150 kilograms.
150 kilos. Louise Edwards. You're the next lifter.
Really getting focused. Wants to put this one on the board to finish 3 from 3 on the deadlifts. And it's a big jump, 135 to 150. And it's a little bit too big and just couldn't quite hang on to it. Louise Edwards from Great Britain, 152.5 kilograms for a third attempt.
let's see if she can cap this off here. Just 7.5 kilo jump. I mean, she went 135, 145. Now Aaron's got her going at Dean is coaching her. Oh no, Aaron's coaching her at 152.5.
And it'll be a great finish today. I'd love to see her finish 3 from 3. She has been outstanding and great to watch.
Yeah, I mean, this sport's great for anybody. It doesn't matter what your build is, what your age is. You can find a place in this sport. And
she's given it everything, but just
she's gonna
couldn't
give a little,
quite get it there.
give a little smile, a little wave, and she's headed off.
Had a great day.
Yep.
Sorry for that. Okay.
And Sandrine from Sweden now, 152.5.
For Sandrine,
Missed this on her second lift. And wants to put it on the board now.
And the bar is loaded.
Has she got enough energy left in the tank to get this one off the ground?
Japan next lifter.
Tell you what, this hall is going to be crazy Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
And she's given it everything, but it's just a little bit too much. If we turn around behind us here, this is the first day of competition. It's a Monday work day, so not the easiest day to fill the stands, but they're already filling up. So come Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, this place is going to be absolutely packed.
I actually think it's probably going to be packed by Wednesday. I'll change
Yeah, I think
my...
we're going to beat the Thursday.
It's, I mean, wow. And you can hear the buzz is much louder than it was this morning and by this time
really
tomorrow.
Good atmosphere in here. It's a fantastic venue, fantastic setup with everything here. We've got big LED screens to see everything on.
I mean, the venues, I don't know, for the last 8-9 years at the World Championships have gotten better and better every year, and we're in a great sports venue. This is a sports arena here in Homestead, Sweden.
It is, and having Aliko be a part of this is absolutely fantastic, and we see this has really set the benchmark for competitions to come. Tomoko Akagawa from Japan, 157.5.
I mean, we've got obviously the owners of Aliko were here, but the owners of SPD, Uplift, everybody's here.
They're all here for this event. And gets it to the top.
Oh yes, the bar came all the way up, and it's a good lead.
See if we can get Aliko out here later in the week to test out one of their Aliko waffle irons.
162.5 kilos on the bar.
Yeah, it's kind of a funny thing is that people, you think of them, that they've been since the 60s, one of the biggest companies in doing the weight sets for Olympic lifting and powerlifting. But, you can see right there, it says Aliko on the side, or it's right there, we're looking up on the screen. It's electric.
It certainly is. And it's getting electric in here. Mia Englenius from Sweden, 162.5. And she's working it all the way to the top. Can she lock the knee?
Nah, that's
just couldn't.
I don't think they're going to give it to her.
Out.
We'll see what happens. Nah, three reds there.
But she gave it everything and left nothing behind. So Emma Goodwin from Great Britain just couldn't quite lock the knees in.
Yeah, and so you see there the Aliko, that's Electric Iron Company. For the waffle iron was their first product.
They started with waffle irons.
Waffle iron.
And I imagine they were as good as their weightlifting equipment.
Move up to the goal position in deadlift.
And Emma Goodwin from Great Britain, 185 for a monstrous personal best from the Alpaca Tracker.
And the bar is loaded. Come on, Emma. 185.
There's Dean Bowery bringing her up the.
I don't know if an Alpaca Tracker is an overly busy job in Great Britain.
I don't know.
Find some of the British team and ask if they have a problem with alpacas.
I actually looked on her social media stuff to see if I could actually see a picture of an alpaca. Just powerlifting, interesting enough.
Well, right now she's looking for 185 for a monstrous personal best. And this will give her a huge 420 total. And it's just a little bit too much today.
Yeah, and for the first time in gear at an international, it's pretty. She's done herself proud.
Absolutely fantastic.
Definitely. She's only been in the sport for a few years. Been on the classic side, and she's coming around now. So Trina Bagger's 187.5.
Yeah, she did originally have 190 in, and she's just dropped it to 187.5. And here she goes. The bar is loaded at 187.5.
And this is, she's already her PB in international and national international qualifiers is 180. So she's already done herself proud breaking that on her second attempt.
And here she goes at 187.5.
Yeah,
and this will temporarily put her in 7th position overall.
And you and I watched. Now, this could also give her a medal in the deadlift, too, based
I
on
mean,
what happens on the
187.5,
like
depends
group.
on what happens. And it's just
Nah,
a
it wasn't
little
there.
too much.
You know, again, that's a 5-kilo jump from 82.5
Yeah,
to
you've
87.5.
you've done 3 squats, 3 bench press, expended so much energy. You know, a 5-kilo jump doesn't seem like much, but at the end of a long day of lifting, it's an enormous amount. So we move straight in now to the second round, or the second flight for the 52-kilo women, with Arani Barbosa from Brazil opening at 160. And this is where the action's going to really heat up.
And the bar is loaded for Irani Barbosa, Brazil.
160 kilos on the bar. $160 and stands. Ooh, a little bit of a fumble at the top. She might have just jumped the down command there, but she got it in time. She gets a 3. White lights.
62.5 kilos for Tatiana Slopko, Ukraine.
Just got a few little technical issues here. We've lost Elliot Bulldog Feldman, and the guys from Viva Media are working feverishly to get his audio feed back on. And good work. We fixed the audio feed. We're back on. Elliot's back. And Tatiana, 162.5, made look easy.
So strap yourselves in here, guys, folks.
We'll get all these openers on the board, and then it's just going to get crazy. Natalia Samlakova from Russia, 165. Yeah, she just wants to do her job, get this on the board.
Yeah, I mean, with Solnikova, Ochoa, Wang, all they're trying to do is get these openers up on the board.
Just got to put them on the board, then you can start.
All right. The only one who's really kind of hunting here a little bit, the trainee wants to get that gold medal in the deadlift. So that's what she's looking at. Everybody else, the others we mentioned that they're, battling to win the medals.
And Natalia handles that one like an absolute professional. 3 white lights, puts it on the board, and she is going to be really tough to catch.
Kwang is up now, 165 kilos. She's standing in 5th place. She's ahead of the 6th place. She's within earshot of 4th.
165. And we will start to see some interesting decisions as they get their first attempts on the board.
Now, her PB is 172.5. Where do you go?
Vargas Vilma now from Ecuador, 165.
And the bar is loaded. Come on, Vilma. Show from Chinese Taipei, next lifter.
$165, wants to put this one on the board, and she does.
There you go. It's an easy opening attempt. I mean, again, her opener. I'm sorry. Her personal best is 187.5, so
Yeah, so
well
she's
well
got
within that.
a smart opening lift, gives herself plenty of room to move. And Yi Ju Chao, Chinese Taipei, looking at 175 now.
Next lifter, Nigeria, USA.
So well under a personal best of 195.
Just remember too, Trina Bagger from the from A group now stands in the gold medal position with the 182.5. So they're also going to be hunting her a little bit. Right, that's what we were saying. Sometimes you're going to get a medal in total, or
You can
certainly can come in a
from
discipline.
anywhere.
Yep.
$175 on the bar, really taking her time there to get set up. Remembering in this discipline, in the deadlift, it's the only discipline you don't have to wait for a command from the referee to start your lift. You only have to wait for the command to replace the bar.
Easy opening attempt
Yeah,
by
no
Shu.
problems there. And 3 white
And it's
lights.
a good lift for Yi Ju.
All right.
Okay.
Juanita Najera from the USA, 175. And Big Mikey in a corner there.
And the bar's loaded.
175 again, well under her personal best of 185.
Her training went pretty well too. So again, you know, she has put on hold being a firefighter until after this meet is done.
And it just shows the commitment and how much these world championship events mean to the athletes.
Well, you get only so many bites of the apple. There are some athletes that we see here year after year. There you
Yeah.
go. It's an easy opening attempt, but that's rare for people to be
and
here.
it could
10,
be the
12 years
only
in a row.
opportunity you ever get to go to a world and compete in a world championship event. There's no guarantee that next year you get selected. There are so many athletes trying to get selected in every country now. Anastasia Hervianko from the Ukraine, 175.
Followed 1 minute. The Ukraine. Journey.
Anastasia Derovienko, 175 kilograms. Oh, can she stand up? And she does.
She's got it. You know, and you'll see that with a lot of the Ukrainians, their attempts. And you can see it in Larissa Solovyova and her and the way she deadlifts. That their bar stops, and then they continue to lean back. They don't. Their lean is not what pulls the bar up to the top.
And they're certainly not going to get pulled for hitching or resting the bar.
No.
With that technique. Chiara Datrani from Italy, 180.
They keep their shoulders out over the bar for a very long period of time, take the bar to its apex, the highest it's going to go for them, and then they lean back and get the lockout. They are not pulling when they're locking out. And you'll see that with most of the female Ukrainians. They'll do that. And Solovyova, you'll really see that with her. The trainees up here opening at 80.
A little shaky, but comes all the way up at pretty constant speed.
Now, she's probably going to wind up in the gold medal position in the deadlift fairly quickly. Let's see what happens on second. She's in the silver medal position right now.
And then we come around the second round now. Tatiana Shlopko from the Ukraine, 167.5, who's currently sitting in third position overall on predicted 482.5. Current total 4775. And if she puts this on the board, it puts her in a pretty good position to consider taking a run at that silver medal too.
And the bar is loaded for Tatiana.
Again, Slopko stands in third if she makes this attempt. And again, she's so close to the silver medal. We'll bring up again Ochoa missing that third attempt squat, trying to hit that world record, 218.5. And if you miss your third attempt squat, you're probably going to miss your third attempt deadlift. She puts Slopko in the driver's seat in third attempts.
That one to the top, and this could just put her, and it has. She's got the 3 white lights, and this puts her in a really solid position to take a run at that silver medal if she really wants to.
Yeah, right now, Slopko stands at 482.5. Vilma's only at 485. If she misses, Slopko's 2.5 out, and then I'll put my money on Slopko.
Yeah, I think she's going to put herself in a position there to see a little bit of challenge. Remember, we can see some changes in the deadlift. They got 2 attempt changes for their third lift.
You know, and again, Will taking that world record attempt and missing it.
It can, at the end of the day, can come around to bite you.
Right. I mean, Ochoa is solidly on the platform. Probably, Derevienko has no shot, or Wang at this point of jumping up and stealing that from her.
And Barbosa from Brazil just nails 170.
And you see her coming off. She's just not happy. David Coimbra there is, trying to make her, cheer her up a little bit.
Selnikova from Russia, 175. So currently gold medal overall position with a 510. This lift will give a 520. And pretty much slamming the door shut on anyone else coming through. That puts her 25 kilos ahead.
Yeah, and she's well under her PB.
Yeah, she's got plenty of room left to move if anyone wants to try anything, but I think she is well out in front. 25 kilos is going to be very bit of a miracle haymaker for anyone to chase that down.
Yeah, and what we're seeing here is very, very smart lifting from her. It'll be interesting if she makes this. She will smoke this, I think, unless she loses balance. That's the only thing that's going to happen to her. All right, let's see what goes here.
Struggled a little bit with the lockout there, but gets it in the end.
You know what? I almost wonder. She's looking down at something, too. I almost wonder. See the way her legs are shaking? There's something going on. She's never like that. Grip, it looked like, was failing a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know if it just kind of got in her head. But that cemented the gold medal for her. Let's see where she goes on her third.
Really, that's put her 25 kilograms ahead.
Vilma Ochoa.
If Vilma gets this lift,
has to make this lift. And that opener did not, it was there, did not look great.
That
was better. Way easier. That lift right there probably cemented that silver, depending on what goes on. Slopko.
Slopko has a decision to make now.
She's already in at 172.5. Yeah, so we'll see what Vilma puts in. Silnikova has not put in her third attempt yet.
We'll wait and see some jostling around there. I imagine if Slopko is solid in that bronze medal, she'll take a bit of a stab at the silver if she can.
Well, remember we said earlier when we started out, 47 kilos, we were going to see a world record attempt deadlift. We just kind of knew it was going to come into shame. And looks like the tranny's loaded 195.5 for a world record second attempt.
There you go.
She was trying to come in here, and all she's got left for the day is to try to win that world record in the get the gold medal and the world record in the deadlift. Right now, Anastasia Derevienko's up 182.5 kilos.
Anastasia Derevienko from the Ukraine, 182.5.
She's solidly in, she's in fourth place. I won't say solidly. She's got a shot for the bronze, depending on what she does right here. She makes this, she's got a shot for the bronze, but then does Wang come and nip at her tail?
And that's a little bit too much.
Wow. And that was only a 7.5 kilo jump. But remember, she wasn't having her opener was not amazing either.
She had a bit of shake, wasn't the smoothest of openers, and it has been quite a long day of lifting for these ladies in this group. We started at 4 o'clock this afternoon. It's now 8:15 in the evening.
And Wang is the heavier lifter. So this will she makes this here. This will tie her in total, puts her behind on body weight, but will tie her in total.
So 182.5 for Yan Zhu Yang from Chinese Taipei. And it's a little bit too much at the end of a very, very long day of lifting.
Yeah, everybody's trying. I mean, they are moving here, and this is kind of what we said was going to happen. Are you trying to make moves? So right now they're sitting. You know, their event goes in fourth, Wang's in fifth. They're trying to move back and forth. They're fighting hard.
So the bar's loaded for Juanita Najera from the US of A at 185.
10-kilo jump. I mean, she's at 422.5 total now. This will move her to 435. I'm sorry, 432.5. There we go. It's a good second attempt, coached there by big Mike Zaulinski.
Yeah, Zhu Chao, Chinese Taipei, also looking at 187.5.
The bar is loaded. Come on, Jiju. Ditrani, next lifter.
This will jump her way up in the standings. She stands in sixth place right now. This 187.5 will put her into the gold medal position for the deadlift.
187.5 to temporarily move into the gold medal.
Juanita Nahara now has put in the same 195.5.
So we are definitely going to be seeing record attempts.
And again, I said Nahara's a great deadlifter. She's coming here to try to get that medal, and she wants the gold medal. She doesn't want a medal. She wants the gold medal. Right now, Yizhu Shu is up. Chao is up 187.5. And this will put her into the gold medal position in the deadlift.
And she gets it to the top and gets the down command of 3 white lights. And now we have a world record attempt. Chiara Detrani from Italy, 195.5 for a world record attempt on her second attempt, so she still has one up her sleeve as well.
See what she does here. She looks really confident.
Her 180 looked great, 195.5. Not an enormous jump for equipped lifting, but still quite a significant jump for this weight class.
You know, it's interesting. I saw her walking around. I do not know this lifter at all. Just saw her walking around in her street clothes. The first thing I thought is, this girl can pull. That's why she's got to be here.
Well, she certainly can. She's looking for 195.5.
I think being the best in the world kind of tells you right there that she could do it a little bit.
Really taking her time. Just a little bit much.
And
you could see when she grabbed that bar, she didn't really grip it the way she gripped the opening lift. Didn't wrap her hand around as tight. And you could see that played on her as her left hand started to slip there as well.
You know, Nahara opened later. Juanita opened at 175. Detrani opened at 180. Then Juanita went to 185, and now she's going for the world record. She's got that 195.5 in. You know, that's probably a better way to go. You know, we're talking about kind of bracketing your PR and then going for the record. Might have been a bit much for her to extend that record on that third. So, and again, it'll be interesting to see what happens. We talked about Vilma missing her third attempt squat and the ability to, you know, you're probably going to miss that third attempt deadlift. Right now, Slop goes up at 170.
170.
This will leave her at 485.
And 485 and pretty solid in that bronze medal. You know, unless something really dramatic happens, she should go home with a bronze overall medal tonight.
And again, she only went up 2.5 kilos. Can she handle this? More than likely. You know, the issue here is that.
And you can see.
Wow, that's why that choice.
She only went 2.5.
That's why that choice. Now the door is wide open. Derevenko got kind of buried by that 182.5.
Yeah.
Does she take that jump to go for third, or? You know, she could get caught from the back by Wang.
Does she take an attempt at something a little bit bigger? She has right up until bar loaded is called to change her attempt if she wants.
Yan Suwang is right there, right behind her. What do you do? What do you do? You know, and you can change.
It's a very tough call. 182.5 on a second attempt. You're right, buried her. Has she got any more in the tank to go after that bronze?
Man.
Or does she just go for the 182.5 again and try and hold on to that fourth position? But right now, Barbosa from Brazil, 175 for a personal best.
You know, and did Detrani, here's another thing, did Detrani hand that world record to Nahara? And Yangqi Shu is in for a world record 197.5 attempt.
Wow.
So they're fighting for placing, they're fighting for medals, they're fighting for world records. It's coming down here. We did not oversell this.
We said it would come down to the last lift and it'd get exciting, and that was a little bit too much for Barbosa. She'll have to settle for 170.
And again, from the day, I mean, David Coimbra, her coach is not even upset. They're smiling, walking off. She just had one of those days that makes you shake your head sometimes. You just don't know why.
And now Natalia Samlikova from Russia, 180. Barring some absolutely crazy pull from Vargas, this should be your world champion right here.
And this is, you know, interestingly enough, this is just under her existing world record of 530, I believe. So it's interesting that this will give her a 525.
Yeah, and this is how the Russian team have been working all day today. Not interested in the record, interested in taking home that world championship.
Exactly.
And not willing to take a chance
on something. It's just something happening. Because Ochoa's right behind her, could throw a Hail Mary because she gets to pull afterwards.
This one will put her 25 kilos ahead. So barring anything absolutely crazy, and that should be a good lift.
Now it's a good lift there. It's smart. Now Ochoa only took the same 2.5 kilo jump. I'm willing to. Interestingly, is she going to change here and try to take a shot? I mean, really, can she?
Well, she has.
I mean, she's so far behind at this point. Now, I don't think.
I think it would be.
Yeah, crazy.
Way too much to ask.
Crazy.
So Vargas Vilma will be the silver medalist, and she'll pull 180 here. She's currently on a 495 total. This will give her a 500 total.
And again, that's probably the thinking. She can't win the gold. She's pretty much locked into the silver.
Let's put a 500 on the board.
Slopko's don't put a 500 on the board. So that's the thinking there. And Marcos, her coach, is an amazing coach, one of the best in the world.
And she stands out. That looks like a very, very good third lift.
That's a good lift. So that leaves her at 500.
500
that leaves her at 500. You know, and she could have put a little more pressure on. She finished 25 kilos behind. But again, jumping from that 210 to the 218.5 might have just been a little bit much. Had she taken, a smaller jump. But Solnikova still had. She is the world beater, man. She's a 525. But she made Ochoa make those decisions. Right now, Anastasia Derevenko from the Ukraine is up 182.5. I mean, look at where these numbers are in these deadlifts.
These are huge, and we've still got 2 world record attempts to come. 3 world record attempts to come.
Yep, back to back to back to back to back.
And here comes Anastasia Derevenko from the Ukraine, 182.5. Missed this on her second attempt. Can she put it on the board for a third?
You know, she's in 4th position right now. This is really big for her. She missed.
Oh,
Wow.
She got good speed, but just
Wow.
can't get it past the knees.
I mean,
there.
she right now she's at 470. Wang is at 460. This will give her.
And this could move
Now-
Wang up into 4th position.
Interestingly, all right. Yeah, so this will move her into 4th.
But again, she missed this in a second as well.
Right now she's at 460 in 5th, behind Derevyanko.
But this will shoot her up into 4th at 477.5.
I mean, she blows past her.
Every position is coming down to the wire. And it was a big ask to go from 165 to 182.5.
Yeah, and Vilma, you know, what we were talking about, kind of defied the odds, missing that big world record attempt, came back, just did a 2.5 kilo jump to guarantee that she was going to make that 3rd and give herself 500. Right now, Yangtze Wang is up 182.5. Wow, and this will put her in the 4th. And we still have 3 world record attempts in a row.
And she might time out.
Yeah, honestly, the second attempt did not look good.
Yeah, so she is off to the timeout. So she did a very sportsmanlike thing. She left her attempt on the board, which means they have to run down the clock and give all the girls that extra minute
And that's time there.
to recover. So we will move to Juanita Najera from the US of A.
And here we go.
195 for a world record attempt.
We did not sell you magic beans. This is 3 back-to-back world record attempts.
Yeah, 195 attempt, 195.5, and a 197.5, all in a row.
All
And
fighting
options
for
to
gold
change.
medals, all fighting for worlds. If Juanita makes this, it is a world, right? No, she has dropped down. She dropped down to 1, but it's still a world record attempt.
Still a world record attempt, 195.
So, and that's a smart move by Coach Mike Zawolinsky, because that 195.5 by Detrani looked terrible. Had she taken a smaller jump in her second attempt, she probably would have smashed that 195.5. This allows Nahara to drop down from the 195.5 to the 195. She's forcing Detrani to pull after her. She pulls her. She puts the weight of the world on the Italian.
Well, she's got it moving, but it's just
No way.
little too much.
No way.
But don't
No
go away,
way.
because in a few
Oof.
seconds, 195.5 for Detrani. Another attempt at that world record. Was the second pull, even though it failed, wasn't enough to fire up the nervous system to actually be able to hit the 195.5 for another world record attempt.
I mean, we have right now gold, silver, and bronze have been determined.
Wow.
Solnikova with the gold, Ochoa with the silver, Slopko with the bronze. But right here, Chiara Detrani's up now, 195.5.
They
She
are
missed
just
us on her second
fighting
attempt.
for a world record and a gold medal in the deadlift. She missed it on the second, correct. It wasn't enough to fire up the nervous system, so she gets it on the third.
You know, Shu opened 5 kilos lighter, took a much more conservative jump to 187.5. So let's see what happens here.
Let's see if those Wonder Woman socks can help her on this one. 195.5 for a world record and the gold medal position in the deadlift.
I mean, if she doesn't make this, she finishes in 4th off the platform on the deadlift.
And it's just a little bit too much.
So she took way too big a bite of that apple on that second
big a
attempt.
jump there.
You know, now not only does she not get the world record, she doesn't even get on the medal stand for the discipline for the deadlift.
So Yi Chu Chow now looking also at 195.5, so she dropped that to 195.5.
Now look at what everybody did. Shu came out at 175, did 187.5. Right now, that is the gold. She's in the gold medal position
deadlift.
with that. So we've had other lifters try to go for the world record and instead handed the gold medal to Shu right now. So they handed the gold medal to her and said, go ahead, you take the world record
Yep,
attempt.
she has a gold medal, and she can attempt the world record without risking that gold medal in the deadlift. She has nothing to lose. There's no pressure on her at all for this lift.
She is your gold medalist in the deadlift right now.
Wouldn't it be great to finish on a world record?
Let's let the venue speak for itself.
She had 187.5 on a second, so it's not a huge jump to 195.5.
Let's listen.
You could hear a pin drop. $195.5 for a world record. She already has the gold medal in the deadlift locked up. Everyone just handed that to her on a platter. And it's moving well. Can she drag it past? Can she lock? And she straightens up. Let's see what the referees say. And two red lights.
And it was.
Just
Yeah,
she
wasn't locked out
there.
But you know what? It's not where you start.
What an effort.
It's not where you start. It's where you finish. And she just proved that right there.
And
going 175, 187.5, won the gold medal in the deadlift on her second attempt, was able to comfortably take that world record attempt at 195.5.
That column of third attempts, there are so many missed lifts. Everyone just trying to get that little bit further, and just handed her the gold medal. But Zelnikova takes away the gold medal. She's your world champion from Russia, Ochoa from Ecuador, your silver medalist, and Shlopko from Ukraine, your bronze medalist. And we told you it was going to be a fantastic event. We weren't telling stories. We weren't selling you anything.
No.
It really was an absolutely fantastic event. Don't go too far away from the medal ceremony. Tomorrow, another absolutely fantastic day. We will have 57-kilo women in the morning, 74-kilo men in the afternoon, which is heating up to be an absolutely monstrous battle.
Unbelievable.
We are going to see some huge numbers hit the platform, and it has been absolutely fantastic. Don't go too far away. Medal ceremony coming up, and we'll be back again tomorrow as well. Big thank you to Elliot Feldman for joining us in the commentary box. It has been absolutely fantastic, and we will see you tomorrow.
Have a good night.
on. You'll hear a bell.
Here we have the lifters in the 47 kilo class. Give them a hand.
Oh shit, Jack.
Oh yeah, if we get hit, I gotta restart this shit too. Well, let's see if we got if our room is replaced.
Okay, we are still waiting for the system, but I would like to give you some information that the medals will be presented by the president of the International Powerlifting Federation, Mr. Gaston Parage, and the chairman of the beautiful company of Eleiko, Mr. Erik Lundberg. We are waiting for the system. Handover medals for, we'll start with the squats, and then with the bench press, and then with the deadlift, and up in the result.
Yeah, so when you guys are trying to figure out how to fix it,
He was doing this, I thought he lost his headphones.
no, we've lost his feed. So everyone's trying to fix it.
Okay,
I've reached
we
over and just
start
gone,
in the squats. In the third position,
turn it back on,
the
mate.
result of 165 kilos, Stephanie Legarde. Silver medal with 170 kilos, Aigul Sintikova Bachar. And gold medal with a result of 190 kilos, Yukako Fukushima, Japan. result of 476 kilos, silver medalist from Indonesia, Ilani Ilani. Last but not least, world champion, gold medalist with a result of 495 kilos, Yukaku Fukushima, Japan. Please stand up for the national anthem of Japan. Thank you. Some Kodak moment. Thank you, ladies. Okay, give it a hand. Big applause. Okay, and now we'll move over to the 52 kilo class. Look in front of you, so many beautiful, strong ladies. Okay, we will start with the squats. And in bronze medalist with a result. Sorry, okay, yeah. I was a little bit fast. Yeah, maybe a bit excited, yes. result of 182.5 kilos from Denmark, Rigager. Silver goes to the United